Then it should flip. There we go. Morning, Francine.
Good morning.
We're just gonna start the meeting here and
we'll jump to you shortly.
yeah,
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
absolutely.
So we'll call the meeting to order at 9:30 and jump right into it. Adoption of the agenda. Do we have a few additions to that?
I just wanted to be able to give you the comments for the recreation bylaws so that when you bring it back in June, that you can consider those agendas or those amendments. The recreation bylaw is not,
Yes, yeah.
We didn't finalize it.
No, because that's the June one. This one, but we shall talk about probably the policy one. So we should
the
have
Hall
it,
Society one I've got, yeah, that one I've got lots of notes on. But the recreation bylaw, there was a couple of things, so.
And then we also want to talk about the shoreline report. And are you talking about dust control in your report, Melissa, or would?
The dust control is under your capital.
But is it a specific item that we can discuss? Is it
You
flagged
talk
for
about,
discussion?
I would say to talk about in the capital
At
part.
the capital, because we have it listed, you just gotta tell us how you use it.
Okay, under
Yeah.
new business, then let's address that as well.
Okay.
And then I know you have it a little bit in your report, but hours of operation of the office, I would like to discuss that. So those three, that'll be 7.4, 7.5, and 7.6. Did you get that, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Shoreline dust control hours of operation. And
7.4 is shoreline. 7.5 is dust control.
Yep.
And then.
and do you also have
And we got Leona's.
Yeah, the recreation.
recreation
That can be 6.8.
or 7.8? Are we doing it under 6 or 7?
6.8, because it's a bylaw.
Okay, that one can be 6.8.
Okay, let me move up, put in order.
Okay, and did we need to talk about the gate policy somewhere in there too?
6.9.
I think it raised a bit of concern this weekend. I think we should.
6.9?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, and that was, that'll be a policy. So that was.
Yeah, 6.9.
Okay. 6.8 was rec. 6.9 was gate. Okay.
Did you want to add in the fees and services bylaw, anything from that?
Nope.
Okay. Parks and Recreation.
Okay, so all in
Yes.
favor of the adoption and changes to the agenda? I moved it, sorry. Okay, adoption of previous minutes. We had the special council meeting.
Oh, just a sec. Are you going there? No, not the delegation?
Don't we do the delegation?
You do
after?
the minutes first.
Okay, all right. Just let me get back to the.
Special council meeting. I had something.
I had changes, so there, I just have to get there. And it's just in the title.
Okay.
You've got you and me.
Oh.
In both of them. You and me minutes of special meeting.
Oh. Where?
I don't know, but it's at the beginning of both of them.
Good catch.
Come on, get back there. Come on.
Okay, I have one here too. Oh, and I had under the second one, under 6.1, bylaw and policies.
Yeah.
I believe Councillor Thorogood, she was going to take the hall to the Hall Society. That was the recreation.
Well,
To review, and it was more about checking their interest in participating.
Checking their interest. Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't more, we didn't need their
Okay.
approval to comment on it. We wanted to know what involvement they wanted to have.
Right.
So
To
that was just,
review and involvement and bring back.
I put in more of checking their interest in participating in the recreation committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that was more the.
Yeah.
The tone, if you will.
Under 6.2, the motion 2604, in there, and this is just a clarity purpose, there should have been communicated a reminder that we are just returning to pre-COVID rates that were discounted, and that wasn't put in there, so that's why I think some of the comments got made.
Was that in the special
that's-
minutes or the regular minutes?
It's the regular minutes.
Okay.
It's, yeah, this is
Yeah.
where that's at.
6.2.
6.2,
Yeah.
motion 260419
We'll have to go to the next first, hold on.
of the
Yeah,
regular
moved by
minutes.
Counselor to approve the first reading. It is the first reading, but in there, I think
Okay.
it should be
Under
stated
the
in the
point.
bylaw that it was returning to the previous pre-COVID rates.
Not immediately, but a progression
Yeah.
towards.
Yeah.
Progression.
So RV permit fees.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
then
RV permit fees.
right under there.
On 7.5, the draft 2026 capital budget.
Yeah.
Motion 2604, moved by Mayor Zembel to table the 5-year capital budgets with the following recommendations, and then there's no recommendations.
Huh. Okay. Oops. That was a list.
Was a list, yes.
And we have the list.
Hi, Bob.
Morning. Are you sitting?
Oh, it is Tuesday.
Grab a seat.
No, I know.
And then
Will the
Under-
guys be out today or? Thank you.
under 8.2, April
Urban
10th.
report.
April 10th, Buffalo Lake Management Team. Third point, reapplied for pumping license.
Thank you.
It wasn't the actual pumping. Just the license got reapplied for. Okay. And I think that was it.
Paul, did you have any corrections, clarifications?
I didn't catch anything, so
Okay.
great catches by you guys.
Okay, then we'll do a,
So the special council meeting, did we have any amendments? Cause now I got, cause I think the first.
Other than just the
Title,
title.
okay, let me just move the other one over here then, cause I got lost that we went to the second set of minutes at first, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so the special council meeting minutes, change.
Remove you,
Yeah,
you and.
fix the title.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna accept those as amended?
yes,
Okay.
both sets
Okay.
of minutes,
Who
as amended.
wants to put their name on them?
Who wants to go on the first?
I
one?
can.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, minutes adopted, public hearings, seeing
Oh,
none.
no,
Jen
no,
did
the
the
next,
second one
next
for
minutes, the regular.
regular council minutes, so I have that
Good,
they're being
sorry.
amended, 6.1. We're clarifying the motion for checking for clarity, or sorry, more about checking their interest in participating in the Holland Rec Society.
Correct,
6.2 is the motion clarity remind of, we're going back to pre-COVID rate progressively.
Correct?
yeah, but it wasn't. in the-
Pre-COVID rates progressive.
Yeah. 7.5, add in the list of recommendations for the capital, and 8.2 for the April 3rd Buffalo Lake Management Team minutes, pumping license.
Correct. And also in the title is also you and me.
Oh my goodness.
If they jumps too, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you got you in. So it
Weird.
might be something.
Yeah, I got it. Well,
Title
don't
It's in both.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay, all in favor? Okay, public hearings, there's none, and we'll jump right into our delegation, the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance, Francine Forrest.
Do I introduce yourselves?
Oh, sure, we'll go around. You want to start, Paul?
Sure. Paul Ashford, council member, and kind of interested in this topic, actually. My daughter has a summer job with the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, so this will be kind of interesting.
Dan Zembel, a councillor or mayor, I guess, too, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Leona Thorogood, counselor. It'll be fun.
Melissa CEO, Erin, secretary.
Hi.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Okay. Let's see. I can't see questions, so I'll just maybe save the questions for after, or if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So I understand I have 15 minutes, is that right?
Sure.
Okay.
Take it away.
All right, so first of all, thank you for having me. I'm Francine Forrest. I'm the Executive Director of the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance. And I've been with the organization for just over 3 years. And my background's actually limnology, so the study of freshwater systems. And yeah, my master's was in lake management, but that was over 20 years ago. So, but anyway, yeah, this is definitely and Buffalo Lake. It's just yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. So yeah, so I just for the talk, I understand you guys are interested in what we do, so I just wanted to kind of talk about who we are, and then just more generally the Red Deer River Watershed, which I'm sure familiar with, and then what our mandate and roles are as a watershed planning and advisory council, and then value to your area, your summer village, and then how, and just I'd like to just convince you that we're stronger together. So here we go. So the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance is the watershed designated watershed planning and advisory council for the Red Deer River Basin. We are run by a multi-sector board. We're a not-for-profit and a science-based organization. And our vision is a healthy, dynamic, and sustainable watershed through the efforts of the entire community. And we're one of 11 WPACs in the province. So the North Saskatchewan was mentioned earlier. And yeah, so the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance is the WPAC, or Watershed Planning Advisory Council, for the Red Deer River Basin. And yeah, we work at a watershed scale because the conditions in the water reflect what's happening on the land and what's the point. So the point sources and non-point sources that drain into low-lying areas, either rivers or lakes. So we work at different scales, and we work with our local partners to help manage the larger basin, but then also work together to manage smaller subwatersheds like the Buffalo Lake subwatershed here on the right. And so, yeah, watershed is, I'm sure you know, but a geographically defined area where precipitation drains into a common body of water, such as a lake or river. And so, you know, that's all pretty simple, but it's not simple managing the watershed, because often it crosses different jurisdictions, and that's where we come in. So we help just communicate across the watershed and share information so local areas can make their own best decisions. And we can all work together to achieve healthy watershed. So the Red Deer River watershed have it organized into 5 watershed management planning areas that we often refer to for our watershed plan. But generally, just overall, it is a large basin. It's over 50,000 square kilometers. It spans both Treaty 6 and 7 and the Métis Homeline, and it supports a population of over 300,000 people. And there's increasing population growth, and high population projected into the future. And we currently support the watershed supports 74 rural and urban municipalities. And it extends across 5 ecoregions, from Banff, Parkland to the Saskatchewan border. And there's a lot of agriculture activity and other industries that's supported by water in the watershed. And we really we have similar interests to the local watershed or local municipalities and such as summer villages, because a healthy watershed is important to the economy, the environment, and the community. And, a healthy watershed supports source water, health, and reduces drinking water costs. It also provides habitat for fisheries. It also it makes the watershed more flood and drought resilient, which is really important as we've seen in the last 3 years. So I'll just quickly go through our mandate and roles. We have 4 mandate and roles. And I'll just go through those in the next few slides here. So convene and collaborate. This is one of our most important roles. So we have 3 core events every year, and we actually move around the watershed, and it's when people just ask us to come, and there's usually an issue in that area. And then we bring in local experts and talk about some of the issues and then see that part of the basin. So we are actually just in Russian Sands this spring, March 4th, and the power did go out, so that's why this is kind of a weird photo, but it was a great event, and we hope to come this summer for a watershed hike. So anyway, there was lots of interest in Buffalo Lake. And we also host special events. So we did host several multi-year drought workshops, which some of you might have been a part of. And but we do have these 3 core events, and their next event is the AGM on June 19th. So our another mandate is water literacy and education. So we build public understanding and action for watershed health and resilience. So we offer several outreach and education programs and to school groups, but also general public. So we have a booth, and we bring it around the watershed to share different education materials on why it's important to maintain watershed health. And we also have resources online as well. And I'd like to talk to you about our State of the Watershed report next. But in terms of impact for last year, we engaged with over 1,900 individuals, and we participated in 26 events across the basin, and we have a membership of over 600 members. We have an integrated watershed management plan. It's called Blueprint, and it's online. And we will be updating this, but this was put out in 2016, and maybe some of you were part of it, but it's basically, yeah, I guess a blueprint for the basin on where to focus research, where are the data gaps, who's doing what, and just an action plan of how to maintain or improve watershed health. So this is the last recommendations were to increase monitoring in some of the smaller watersheds and tributaries and increase shoreline health assessments because there wasn't a lot of riparian assessments at the time. And that was based on our State of the Watershed, which was in 2009. And just, yeah, and we are focusing on these two recommendations for over the last 6 years. So this was mapping riparian areas or the shoreline vegetation areas because they provide a lot of goods and services. So, you know, they can decrease contaminants flowing into the water body. They can protect the shoreline from erosion. They provide refugia for fish and other aquatic organisms, and many more. And we've also been supporting regional monitoring initiatives. So there's a photo there of one of the staff that was working with the Medicine River Watershed Society. And this, if you look at the image on the left, that's an image of the drought situation. So the precipitation or lack of precipitation in the north central part of the river basin, and I can see Buffalo Lakes experiencing some you know, long-term lower precipitation situations than in the past. So we have some different instruments and that we've been sharing and helping support some of that monitoring initiative, local monitoring initiatives. And so most recently, we've been working on our State of the Watershed report. And this is an online version. The last version was in 2009, and it's a science-based resource. So it's for local decision makers and the public. And the last report was this huge binder, and but this one's online and interactive, so you can zoom into your area of interest. And it's focused on the most recent years, and it's a timestamp, so it's 2023, but there is some historical information as well. And you can zoom into the watershed management zone, but also the smaller sub-watershed like your Huck 8. That's just smaller sub-watershed area. And there's a lake section coming. So that's why I'm also interested for participation in that. So this is the type of information that's in the report. So we have some riparian mapping here, and you can look at different areas. This helps, you know, for if you're trying to get restoration or conservation in certain areas. It's, you know, it sets an image of how much area or where to target resources. We also, you can see that the water level in Buffalo Lakes unprecedentedly low, as are some of the other lakes in the area. And so just in summary, that's what we're working on. We do the convener collaborator, we do education, and this watershed, State of the Watershed report, which is informing our integrated watershed management plan. So together, that's what we're working on. And then we put out requests for support at 50 cents per residence every fall. And then together, we use those funds to help continue our work and our mandate. And then we work with many partners. We definitely can't do this on our own. And they work at different scales as well. And we work to each other's strengths So just a quick thank you to our past funders and any questions. These were my questions, but just any questions you might have or comments.
Oh, that was really interesting. Thank you for that. I guess my question is, I appreciate all this information. I certainly think it's valuable for us. Just really understanding like if we support financially or support in other ways, like you're saying, how would you really describe our community's real connection? Like, I appreciate that everywhere in the watershed really has a responsibility towards the watershed, but in our case, we're on Buffalo Lake that most of the time doesn't have a direct outflow into the Red Deer River. We're certainly very interested in, the pumping initiative that we've been talking about for restoring the lake level, but, without the direct connection to the river, how would we kind of justify our participation within the watershed to our residents?
Yeah, and I would say I guess 2 or 3 ways. So yeah, I guess just overarching, you are part of the Red Deer River Basin. So then the Buffalo Lake does at times drain into the Red Deer River, and then with the pumping initiative as well, that'll be taking from the Red Deer River. And so then that's, it's important to be informed on the quality of the river as well, and you're even more part of the bigger system. And then the other thing is there's, Buffalo Lake is a high recreation area. There's lots of people from across the province that actually, well, I guess country as well, that I know go to Buffalo Lake and some of the other lakes in the Red Deer River Basin. I feel like the Red Deer River Basin is quite unique in that way, in that we have 5 major recreational lakes that people go to. And I think also together as larger recreational lakes, and maybe you already work together with the other lake communities, but it's an opportunity to yeah, I guess share resources, and we can support each other with if something comes up, make sure you're informed or your community's informed. And then and we do have a newsletter as well. And that's I guess I heard some discussion on dust suppression, and there's different in times of drought, there's different, or with the Bill 7 Water Act, there's been different changes to different licenses and so that's also discussed in our State of the Watershed report, but then also in our convener events and the like. So it's definitely, not mandatory, but I guess it's just an opportunity either to share information through events, through our materials. If you guys have a story, you could submit it to the newsletter and then share with the local residents across the basin. And it's more of an information. We don't have we don't have we like the local residents to make their own decisions on where things are going, but we'd like to be a partner to help make the watershed sustainable. So it's basically for the public, and that's how we were established back in 2001, is these WPACs. After the drought in 2001, sorry, I'm going on too much, but after the drought in 2001, with the Water for Life strategy, there was a lot of local people that wanted to hear more about water in their area or the larger basin. And so that's why we were developed.
You know?
Francine, one of the comments that you made was that you have 5 major recreational lakes within the Watershed Alliance. How do you balance that, the needs of the recreation and the riparian areas in those lake areas?
Yeah, and so it's tough, and you guys would know that better than me. And I and so I guess we don't like the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance doesn't so how we balance the different competing interests is we host events where all stakeholders are at the table, the information is shared, and then you make a plan. So you guys are working on your local plan and we have a regional plan. So we just bring different people to the table. Everybody's welcome. And then you make the best decision together. So, it's definitely not easy, but we definitely try to bring the information to the forefront and then locally we make the
Do you have
decision.
any recommendations on percentage wise, for example, a lake, you want to see at least 60% riparian shoreline, or do you have any standards like that you have?
Yeah, I know that there's some numbers out there for, amount of restoration, riparian restoration. And I actually did my master's thesis but it was more on the nutrient thresholds in the lake. And then from there, you figure out estimated loading based on point and non-point sources. So runoff from the watershed, but then also point sources directly into the lake. And so it depends. There's a number of factors. And it's, it's the slope of different areas, it's the riparian areas. So um, it's yeah, it's complex, but when you can, when you show a map and you can use, an estimated number of, I think they say 75% or something like that. And just, to get the community together so you have a target. But you can also even get more complex, like Pine Lake, where you do, a detailed nutrient budget, or Pigeon Lake, and, get down to the actual numbers and figure out, if you're having serious algal blooms, like, okay, do we do hypolinitic withdrawal? Like depending what kind of situation the lake's in. So,
I had a question on some of your mapping and inflows and outflows. So we don't have a real inflow creek or river. We have more, we're in a basin, so the moisture flows in, but the snowpack in the mountains really doesn't affect us because it
right.
doesn't get nowhere getting here. So the inflows would in our area would only be the fact that we're a little bit lower than the surrounding land. And then you mentioned that there was an outflow that eventually makes its way to the Red Deer River.
Tail Creek.
Tail Creek goes to the Red Deer River as an outflow when we're high levels. And then the third one is, is there any information available on the springs that feed some of Buffalo Lake? Like, is there any identifications, or like that's not a very visual thing because it bubbles up from the ground somewhere from a high hill over here and a little artesian at the bottom of the lake. Is there anything that is coming in that regard?
Yeah, well, thanks for asking that question. So we do have so with our State of the Watershed, it's actually online. There's that we do have a groundwater chapter, and The RDRWA has been working with some researchers, led by Dr. Bernard Mayer from the University of Calgary, and working for the last 3 years, and we got a grant from Alberta Innovates. And so it's altogether, it's been 1.6 million, and they've been mapping the shallow or shallow groundwater chemistry in the Highway 2 corridor from Red Deer South. And so in the South Saskatchewan River Basin. So that's just completing. That study is just completing. There's a lot of, publications about that, but in return, we've got a great chapter coming on, some of the findings that were found on surface groundwater interaction, or, springs and, um, um, in that chapter. So it's on quantity and then also quality. So, it's not super detailed for your lake, but it definitely has, some information on, I could pull up image of that, but yeah, it's got definitely some good information there um, on that groundwater surface water connection. So yeah, and that's the thing, it's regional context, right? And so that's important for, I guess, communicating maybe with other jurisdictions if you need more, you need a collaborative decision. It just kind of helps put the information together so that when you're talking, you're talking with the information and then trying to come up with a good shared decision.
Anything else? Thank you for that. That information, and we can access, I see we've got some information in the package.
Yeah.
So we have that for casual reading. And if we make any decisions on donations or financing, we will let you know.
Okay. Can I just, I guess just one more thing is we are doing our lake chapter. So if there is an individual that you want to put forward to represent Buffalo Lake, I'd also appreciate that. So, or 2 or 3, but yeah, we have a technical group. And so, and yeah, it'd be great to just have a representative on that.
And what would that entail?
3 meetings and some reading, and it would be over the next 3 months.
So we have 3 different committees that deal with the lake.
Okay.
And we could look at whether there should be some representation from one of those 3, or
Could
perhaps
you send an email to me
just
putting
let it-
in that request?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Okay.
And how many you're looking for?
Well, just one, but you can add as many as you want, or who have time, but it would be great, yeah, just kind of what data you have, and we'll be using some of the data sets. Anyway, well, I'll send an email, but yeah, and then I just really appreciate your time. You're an important part of the basin, and just yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, it's been
Thank
very
you.
interesting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Going to,
Motion to accept this information,
Yes, please.
and all in favor? Okay, and moving on to our bylaws and policies. Property tax rate bylaw.
So just to reiterate that you did adopted the 2026 operating budget, the April 17th special council meeting. The Municipal Government Act requires municipalities to adopt a property tax bylaw annually in order to levy the property taxes. Bylaw 22426 establishes the municipal tax rate required to raise the general municipal property tax revenue. The bylaw also includes required requisitions for the Alberta School Foundation Fund, designated industrial property and seniors foundation. And our legislative requirements is we must adopt this as an annual property tax bylaw. Requisitions are required by the province and other authorities, must be collected through that municipal property taxation. And council may establish a minimum tax amount per parcel. So the 2026 property tax bylaw is based on the approved budget and the assessment roll, and the bylaw identifies general municipal taxation to be raised is only $519,120. The minimum municipal tax per parcel is $850.
Just a quick question on that. What's the history been of that minimum tax? Has that been constant or has that changed over time?
Up or down or?
It has gone up, but it's been constant now for, I think, 3 years, 2 or 3 years now
2 years, yeah, 2 or 3. This might be a third year maybe at this
at
level.
this level.
Um,
Previous to that, it started out,
we first started and then it was off before you were CAO.
yeah,
And then there was one prior to that, I think.
minimum tax kind of came in after they took away doing the special tax bylaw you have on yourself. But it used to have a list of all of your different stuff, fire, waste, that was all done through a special tax separate.
But it has been static for the last few years.
Yes.
And that's mostly fair lots that applies to.
The minimal municipal tax just kind of takes you're right, it takes certain properties that use the exact same thing as somebody who's got a fully built structure.
Yep.
You're all still using the same
In road infrastructure.
road infrastructure,
Garbage, yeah.
garbage,
Yeah.
all that stuff. So
Lake access.
it
Yeah.
starts giving where there's a minimum where normally they would, maybe their tax is only 300.
So the designated industrial property requisition,
Yeah. What is that? That's provincial, that's regulated by the province.
Okay.
We set the rates and we,
We just don't have any.
With 3. Isn't
Yeah,
that
right.
right? With 3.
Well, the 2 lots over there.
no,
no.
this is
You're right on with
linear,
linear. So is there
designated industrial.
gas,
the
power,
linear
and
gas,
okay,
Yes,
Yeah.
okay,
all
so
regulated by the
Okay.
province.
right
Alright.
of ways. Yeah.
yeah,
Utility right of ways.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
yes.
Okay,
And then your seniors foundation requisition was 81.
and then the special tax.
That's your next
For the
bylaw.
Yeah,
that's the next bylaw.
Yeah.
yeah, so this bylaw also notes the council's established a separate tax bylaw, 2026 tax state to recover specific costs associated with road maintenance and related services.
Okay.
So we are recommending you get first, second, and third so that we can get these out for Thursday, our deadline.
Okay, any discussion on those?
They'll
And
be
it's-
out if you pass it.
Yeah.
And it's based on what you approved in the budget.
Any other questions, discussion? Okay,
Hang on,
Sorry?
just, okay, so we are setting, sorry, just so we're understanding, so there's various different things we're doing.
yes,
Are we setting like the mill rate within this resolution here or?
Yes, this is the mill rate based on your discussions of the budget and the 2% overall, which means you are only collecting $519,120 tax.
So your rates are on page 38.
Okay, and we have the minimum tax per parcel.
Yeah.
And then I think, what part of it, is it the road that we're doing through?
Yes.
separate
Yeah.
special, so that's not included in this amount here.
That's right.
No, but it's noted in the bottom of this bylaw, but it's not included in this amount.
Right, okay.
She acknowledges that we have one, but
Yes.
it's dealt with by a special tax bylaw.
Okay,
Okay, motion for first reading,
Can do.
okay, and, any other discussion?
just, given, one typo to note here, I just saw, unanimous consent to go to
Oh.
third reading.
Thank you.
No,
Minor, but just noticed that.
Oh, yeah. My unanimous. That's a convoluted word for me. I will admit.
Okay, so we'll go to second reading, I'll make that motion. All in favor, I guess we have to vote for each one.
yeah.
And then we have to have unanimous consent.
No, did you do second reading already?
Yeah.
Who did second reading?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay,
I made the motion,
okay.
it was passed,
Unanimous.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I'm not even gonna try to say that pronunciation. Proceed to third reading has to be unanimous, all in favor to proceed to third reading.
Who put their
Name
name on
the
that
name
one?
on.
I'll put my name on it.
Okay.
We'll
Thank you.
spread the love around. And,
Third
third and final reading, I'll make that motion to adopt, bylaw 224-26. And all in favor, please submit it before the deadline.
Oh, we'll submit it right away.
Okay, and then we're gonna move on to the special tax,
Which is part of this and must be done at the same time.
but separate still.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was to deal with,
The Municipal Government Act allows municipalities to establish a special tax for a specific service or purpose.
right,
And so we prepared this 2025-26 to establish a uniform special tax levy on all non-exempt parcels within the municipality to recover costs associated with the township road use agreement. The bylaw proposes a special tax of, I think, 107.
Yeah.
107.15.
per
I
parcel.
just wanted to make sure we
Yep.
don't think here. Legislative requirement, this is the Municipal Government Act, section 382 to 386, which authorizes municipalities to impose a special tax for specific services or purposes. Special taxes may be imposed to recover costs associated with road repair and maintenance. And special taxes are levied and collected in the same manner as municipal property taxes.
is there a way that we could communicate to the public that that is not just for road repair and maintenance, but it's for above the standard, county standard? Like, we need to somehow say that, like, people are saying, why are we paying this? Well, we're paying this to have it graded weekly, as opposed to the regular standard of grading it 3 weeks to a month.
And
So-
gravel more
And
often.
graveled more often, so it's an increased level of service. Is there some way we could put, this is to pay for the increased level of service due to the use of the,
Can we add that as a note on to the tax notice when we send it up? We can do that.
Do it in
And
the explanation.
So am I making a piece of paper of a note to go out with every tax notice, or are we?
I think as long as it's noted in the minutes and,
Okay.
I think it's.
In the, what about in the letter that you send out with the?
There is a box that we can add certain comments,
No.
is there?
No, that one's already filled.
Well,
can
we
do
want
a-
it somewhere that this is for an increased level of service. That's what we're paying for.
Could be a newsletter,
A
Yeah.
newsletter item.
We could add it as a newsletter item, we could add it as a Facebook post, so there are
And then the
multiple
website, yeah.
options, and we could cover that off as part of the education when we put out the notice that tax notices went out. And maybe these are the little comments attached.
And we may eventually want to look at getting it into the agreement, those words, because
Yes.
that's when we had that discussion, that was an important part
Yeah.
of what is this really for? Well, it's for an increased level of service.
Better explanation.
Okay,
So so just for clarity's sake, so a minimum tax parcel will get the $850.
Yes.
Then they'll get the special assessments from the province.
Yeah.
And then they'll also get this, and the senior housing, and then they'll also get this $107.
That's right.
Yes, so how it works
Yeah.
is if it's a minimum tax property, what happens is it'll have the listing of this is your municipal tax portion.
Yep.
And it'll have that an amount, and then it'll have the minimum tax. We'll move it up to the $850, so those two will add together to make the $850. If it's not over $850, if it's over the $850, then it'll just be basic tax.
Yeah.
And then it'll have a line item that says education.
Yeah, Alberta school tax.
Alberta school tax, that'll be your separate, that's the
Right.
provincial.
Senior housing.
Seniors housing, that'll be another line item, and then
Special.
it has special tax and it has road use and.
Okay.
Yes, and that, will have that line.
And then some people on their tax houses, you'll see a min and then municipal property.
Yeah.
If you add the two together, like especially if it's one of the vacant lots where it will add to $850, that gets confusing as well.
Because it's a minimum.
Yeah, and a lot of people, we have to explain that because they look at it and they don't quite understand, we say, but your actual municipal tax was this, but because there's a minimum tax, this is not it.
Okay, so motion to do the first reading,
I'll make that.
okay, all in favor? And a motion to do this, or any discussion?
Oh, unanimous again.
Not yet, we gotta do the second one
But
first.
it's in there again.
It's in there again,
Oh,
my
okay.
unanimous doesn't
Let's
come out right.
Get the unanimous corrected. Second reading, I'll make the motion to do the second reading. All in favor? And then we have to have a motion to do unanimous consent to proceed to the third. All in favor?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
And last, the third and final reading, I'll make the motion to go and do the third and final reading to make it a bylaw.
Do you want a motion for, oh, sorry.
All in favor? Okay,
Do we need a motion to do the education part of what they?
no,
No, we're
I
good.
think
No,
it's, I
okay.
think it's just advice to
Okay.
admin.
Okay.
We don't need to
Okay.
formalize that. I
We're
don't
gonna do our own
Yeah.
education thing anyway.
Now we're moving to.
Yeah, 6.3, the community standards bylaw, second reading consideration with
Okay, so this was to address, and consolidate a lot of the older bylaws into one, correct?
yes.
And we made some changes.
And we made some changes to graffiti, we corrected some spelling,
Did some hour changes.
did some restrictions on our changes.
And we did ask for any feedback from people, and the only, I received one feedback. They would prefer not seeing any, they didn't know we originally had hours that were less. But they would prefer to not see any general noise restrictions. That was back, but they didn't even know we had a noise restriction, so.
Oh, we just don't want a noise restriction at all. Okay.
Okay, duly considered. Any other discussion on that? So, I'll make a motion to approve second reading. All in favor? And then, do we want to do the third reading? Do I see a motion? Or do we have any discussion?
No,
Good
is
question.
there any reason to either way to, do the standard and do a third reading next time, or any reason not to do it right
You
now?
can do whichever you
No,
decide.
no, if we could defer it, or we could,
I guess if we've already had a chance to have some
I
public
think we've
feedback
had a
and
little
we've
bit of
incorporated
feedback.
that, then I guess we'll do that, sure.
okay,
I'll make the motion.
make
for-
the motion for the third and final reading, all in favor? Okay,
This is good, no unanimous.
No unanimous.
Better.
and then that was, let's see, where are we at? Community standards.
Next
Yeah,
is the
that-
multi-purpose grid.
Yes,
Really?
okay, just getting to that.
Okay,
Alright, now I have a list.
now I have a list.
Okay, I have.
Okay,
Will this address, if once we declare the old maintenance building part of this, would that just be under the multi-purpose?
Everything will go under
It'll
this.
just
as one.
automatically, we don't have to treat
No.
different
This
rooms
is-
and all of that. This
No.
is now the new and expanded hall. if you
Yeah.
will,
Yeah.
Under that same.
Yes.
Okay,
We're just setting up the standards now so that when we take over, if this is correct or incorrect or how we're gonna work.
okay, Leona. take it
so
away.
I had a Hall Society meeting and, that was on May 12th. And we did bring both of these, the Recreation Committee and the Hall Society one there. First of all, their comment is excellent work, thank you very much. They liked most of it. They do have a couple of different things that they would like to see you add in there.
Oh,
I
I didn't see
put
that. I
it
just
in
seen
my,
Don't worry about those right now, sorry, I would just,
in here.
add that in there, I don't.
These are different or they're getting?
They're
Okay,
bylaws. I just-
under 3 definitions.
Three definitions.
Approved by the former Hall Society. The word former should be removed because the Hall Society
No,
still exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that needs to go. Under key expectations, it says if the next group cannot walk in and use the space immediately, the cleanup is not complete and charges may apply. I don't know where you want to put this. I would say immediately or as agreed. Because sometimes there may be an agreement that they rent the hall for Saturday with a cleanup on Sunday. Especially if they're going to 1 or 2 in the morning or something like that.
Or somebody let them leave the chairs out
Yeah.
because the next user group was.
Yeah, or as agreed. So that at least gives you a little bit of latitude for some special situations. Damage deposit. There was a note here, they did ask if the damage deposit would be required by user groups, and I see later on in the document that you said no at this point. So
Yeah.
that
Okay.
question got answered. Cleanup requirements. Under somewhere in there, 2 things. One, how do they report any broken or inoperable appliances, dishes, those sorts of things? So that hasn't been addressed in there. So
Okay.
let's say somebody drops a whole tray of wine glasses and breaks 30 of them, right? I know that when you do a check, you're not gonna count all the dishes. But is there a methodology that they can report something like that? Or they go in there and the oven doesn't work. How do they report that?
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
And are we supplying cleaning supplies or do they have to bring their own?
Well, that depends on our cleaner, because we have
Okay,
I've received 2 proposals and either they will supply their own, so we're just reviewing.
okay,
But the cleaner is the cleaning, the
The- yeah,
tidying
the-
up and the cleaning, like when they're mopping, for example.
So
Do
this,
we supply
and
those?
when they're wiping down the bathroom.
so especially for the user groups.
Yes.
I
Mhm.
think, yeah. I think we've already been putting
Supply?
some cleaning
Yeah,
products
some
in here.
basics.
Yeah, basics.
Yeah.
So I think we probably still maintain that for our cleaner that we're contracting out, we're still working on those.
So the user groups can still use the cleaners mops, the cleaners solutions.
Or what we have here, cause I
Or
think
what
We
we
have here.
Okay,
Yes.
'cause
Is
they
it
bring
in
their
here
own.
or over there? It's over
It's over
there.
there.
Yeah,
it's
okay,
still over.
okay, okay, as long as, yeah,
Start
please,
with the basics they need.
Yes.
yeah,
the
stop for
basics.
the basics, yeah.
Yeah, if it's anything above and beyond the basics,
It just needs to be
Yeah.
mentioned in here,
Yeah, okay.
please use the cleaning supplies provided.
Yeah.
Also, yes, along that same line, what do they do with broken and inoperable chairs, tables? Do they just leave them in the hall and inform staff? What do they do? Because of course, when we get our new tables, that's not gonna be as much of a problem, but it is an issue right now.
Just a feedback loop.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, so that was just some of the feedback things that
So
they
that could
gave.
be part of the schedule a user checklist, report any.
Yeah.
Yes,
yes, that's
Certainly.
what I'm
damage
thinking.
or
certainly
issues.
could, but these are just amendments that kind of, like pieces that need to be put into there somewhere.
Yeah.
Lockbox, so that was the one thing that created the biggest conversation. Is, for example, the Hall Society, there's 8 or 9 members, and we all have different jobs and host different events. And so Nicole Williams mentioned that she has a family member that does locks and suggests that a keyed entry lock that has a master code, and she says some of them will go up to 50 to 100 different codes. So then Hall Society members, all of them could have a code. And then it's not just one, right? However,
I did just
We
order
did just,
a lockbox that's digital that I believe can do more than one code. I was trying to read, if not, we'll send it back and
we'll
return
send
it.
it back and return.
But
That's
that's
what
the
we're looking
idea.
for.
okay,
is
so
the idea
Nicole
is that.
Williams is a good contact for that. And so, like she said, they're easy. You can get them on Amazon, you can get them wherever.
Yeah.
And
That's not a key door, that's a lockbox.
no,
to
it's
get
a
the
key.
No,
It's a
for the door.
key.
Exactly, and what we've already been talking about this, and we're trying to get this all figured out because we have we have to schedule.
Can I just interrupt for a minute?
Yeah.
That was one of their comments, is they don't want to see a lockbox where you get a key. They want to see a keyed
That's
door
my
lock is what they want.
And
Because
I'll tell you, yes, because what ends up happening is somebody doesn't return the key. So who didn't return, then you gotta track it down and they forgot
I
to
rented
notify
it Friday night and I don't return the key, and somebody else has rented it for Sunday and I didn't return the key. So now they don't have a key for the place and nobody's here. So again, that's why they want to
Key
go
door.
with a key door as opposed to a lockbox.
And you can set the same, in fact, you can set more, I think you can set
Codes.
more codes in the door. And they're less than $200. And then that allows, you don't screw around with keys and, oh, I forgot my key. The person has to have, and you can change those codes when people move and different positions and stuff. Even for a weekend, you could have a weekend code that allows you to get in the door without, because the keys will get lost. You'll end up
And
doing
copied.
20 or 30 keys and
And-
copied, and this way it's, hey, we're gonna reset all the codes. Here, we have a list of 10 people that have codes. Here's your new codes, you 10 people. New users, here's your code, works only on the weekend. You can
For
do
one
that,
time.
it's way simpler.
Okay, we have more than one door. We would have, we've been looking at things, there are 4 doors. So we're gonna recode 4 doors.
Do you have 4 keys?
No, we were planning on doing one,
We're gonna rekey them all the doors.
rekey
to
them
one
all
key.
to one
key.
one key.
But you
So
can
you
have
get
a,
the
you
shed,
can have a master
everything.
key inside the hall for the shed and the back door and the side door. You can have that, you can just do that, but entrance into the hall through that front door is only
By
by code,
code.
only by
Can
code.
you have Nicole email us? Like, contact us and kind of, cause
Yep,
it's the door, I think, cause I have,
and that was the other thing I did ask Nicole, and she was gonna ask, because of the emergency bar, I didn't know whether or
Yeah.
not that coded thing would work on that.
Exactly.
And
emergency.
that's
It's a
what
one-way.
we're,
Is it a one-way? Okay.
Emergency has to go out, it doesn't go in.
Yeah.
So you lock from the outside, my house door works that way, I can go in and out all I want, but from the outside, it's locked unless you know the key.
Okay.
the code.
yeah,
Anyway.
yeah, Nicole,
So-
can give us some, like, put me in a direction.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
If we can get her to.
absolutely you
contact me or
can.
something,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm good with, okay, we'll do the master main code, fine, we'll do it that way, up to 50. We're looking
Or
to
whatever,
do
yeah,
up to
we'll
50
have,
codes.
yeah,
We don't need that, but
no, yeah.
Let's just make sure we have it handled.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we are going to master key all of them to one. We will have where one key will do all of the doors. So you're saying that we have one key hanging in, does that still alleviate if somebody took that key?
yeah, you won't get into the shed. But
Well,
that's why I'm saying, why wouldn't you just key the doors?
is there a reason why you couldn't have?
Oh, so inside, I think the solution to that is if you put those punch keys on, the other doors, that punch key code, well, then there would be access all the time.
This is where we've been
Yeah,
really having
okay,
a
that
lot of
doesn't work.
discussion.
Well, I think I see two options, like definitely the main door in and the shed. The renters or whoever's using it needs to have that. The other two doors, they wouldn't necessarily need to have a key or code. I mean, they're emergency exit, but they can do emergency exit without the key. So could you have a keypad with the same codes?
For that
For
door
those
and that
two.
door.
Yeah, for the two doors,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Matching.
or you do just have the master key hanging on a hook saying,
I don't
please
want,
return immediately after you.
yeah, that won't work.
It,
So I think what we're hearing in it, this is kind of what I was wondering. Two of those keypad,
Yeah,
Yes.
and then
a
rest, but
renter
we'll
has
still
the-
have a master
With
key.
one of them
with-
down, this door right here, is that what you're talking
one
about?
of them on the main entry door, one of them on the shed.
on the shed.
What
And then-
about this door, the activity room?
Well, that's a work in
That's it,
progress,
that's
and we
okay.
will incorporate.
Maybe,
Okay.
maybe ultimately would be two, but
Yes.
somebody
Okay.
would be given their code 1, 2, 3, 4, and
Yeah.
it's the same code for any of the doors they can
Correct.
use.
Okay,
Like, I think let's deal with what's existing, and
Yeah.
as we're moving
Yeah.
forward, we'll make sure everything
Yeah.
goes together.
Yeah.
I'd
it's
like
just-
to get
then
away
you-
from keys.
Then you don't at least have keys. I mean, you certainly can have keys within the building. Make sure they're on a big, like have a big, huge key handle or something.
Chain.
Like, well, not a chain, but you know how the gas stations have that great big huge thing on it, so you can't put the key in your pocket and go
Run away
with it.
with it.
So
Yeah.
if there is a need for an extra key for something, then
Well,
that's.
there will be, and that's some things that we're still trying to
Yeah.
work through,
But
because certain things.
They do want those coded locks,
Yes.
if they
I
possibly
fully
could.
support that.
So that we've agreed, it's coded locks, we're gonna do the main
I have a
door
point.
and the shop.
Digital coded door lock, request Nicole Williams to speak to administration to help
Yeah,
with this.
contact Aaron, yeah, I've got that down here and
Thank you.
I'll get that.
Cause we were just trying to get ready to schedule a locksmith stuff.
Okay, 13, not allowed. In there, we need to insert a policy about camping at the hall. Nowhere are we talking about whether or not, if I've rented the hall for the weekend, can I pull 5 RVs up and plug them into the hall? Hall Society's policy was no.
Okay,
You can pull, with authorization, you can pull RVs up, but there is no connections. So, but that is just something that Andrea said you need to address and think about
So-
policy.
let's just get clarity from council, because we're building up this site here. do you want? Is it a no complete, no RVs camping here?
Or do you, yeah, this is,
Like, because this area is it's changing and it's filling up with more different things. And like with the bin, so could you imagine if somebody rented the hall and parked RVs in here?
Yeah, I would think, I would say no. You know, we don't have pump out facilities, we
That's right.
don't,
You're not gonna be monitoring whether they're plugging into the hall, running air conditioners and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff, so I would say no trailers.
yeah,
So we'll add in under not allowed, no RV camping on site.
Yes.
If that's where we're all comfortable with that.
no camping or our overnight accommodations, yeah.
At this site.
It's-
Yeah.
Camp
Like-
on your other lots, but you can't camp here. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
no,
I didn't
so
know
no
that.
overnight stays. 'Cause then that-
No
well,
RV camping,
Well, then tents is not an RV.
Yeah,
no camping.
I say no overnight.
Well, I don't,
We'll get it figured out. We'll add that
Yeah.
clause that
Okay.
there will be no
Yeah.
camping
there's
on
a sign
site.
right out there, I think that says no
it says
camping,
it, yeah,
so,
there's already an
That's it.
entrance sign that says.
yeah.
And
Unless, you-
take the words off of that.
yeah,
Yes, we'll get
And
it.
apply it to this area.
It's under the not allowed section.
that's what I should say, unless you rent the hall and then bring everything in.
Yeah, but other than that, they were extremely happy with everything that you had there, and like she said, it's all good. There's gonna be a little bit of probably blowback from community residents that rent the hall on the damage deposit, because if she knew them, she didn't take a damage deposit, but they'll just have to get used to it.
Yeah.
You know?
And it
It's
is,
gonna be we understand it'll be a work in progress here.
I did ask Andrea, like for the user group, if she has contact information, cause we still need them to sign stuff and.
Right.
Yeah,
All that too.
That's
She was saying
different,
if She
the user
had
groups.
to, right, cause I don't
You've
know.
already asked her. so-
I've already
Yeah,
asked
we've
her,
been
yeah.
working on this and trying to.
Yeah, cause
Yeah.
she asked a question. Oh yeah, Bar Harbor, they asked if they have contacted us. I'm like, no. She's like, okay. And she's gonna do it. So then I reply back. You know, like user groups who to talk to, like for cards and things like that, or fitness. Like we have information, and so we can contact them.
yeah, just a master
Yeah.
list.
What
Cause
is-
especially when we get the locks changed, we
Yeah.
want it, that's our concern, is to try and get this
And
coordinated.
somebody's
so that
gonna
it's,
show up and, not be able to get
Right.
in with their group.
Yes.
And so maybe possibly what you could do is on the Facebook group or whatever communication you use, is just simply say our target date for new locks is this. If you are a user group,
Make sure you get your
make sure
code.
you contact Aaron
Yeah.
at the village office to get your new code.
That was our plan.
Okay.
We were gonna reach
Yeah.
out and hope
Someone comes
that
back and if,
people will pay attention.
What is the damage deposit amount again?
250, I think.
250.
Okay, it's not, so it's
No.
not
It's
acceptable.
not, it's not excessive, but like Andrea said,
They didn't
for
want to deal with
example,
checks.
there's a quote group that comes and they've rented it for years. And
Yeah.
a local person that they know very well, so she never charged her damage deposit.
But
And
what-
it's never been a problem.
Well, what we would do is.
But we said that recurring renters, we can waive it. And
That's the thing,
Yeah.
like if we find, if they say, oh, well, then we could say, could you just give us something in writing and we'll get council to review and.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for, is that track.
So the only other thing that isn't in here is, I know Andrea's policy is that you had to be a resident of White Sands to be able to rent this facility.
That's your guys' call.
And so that's not in here, so you're right, that's your guys' call, it's our call as a council, I should
I
say.
thought we had discussed that and we said,
Yeah, I
we'd
thought you
be
did
fine
too.
with, outside
I
renters.
thought we did too.
Okay,
Sure,
then
we
if
do.
we are, then we are.
I don't think that's a requirement, it's kind of a preference.
Yeah,
Well,
but,
farmer up the hill wants to rent it, their community,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
or
don't think.
quilting society or whatever.
And then that also, like,
for her,
Bar Harbor, they're not the community member, but they are adjacent to,
Yeah.
so.
So it allows them or.
Yeah, no,
So then we're fine.
Yeah.
That was the only other thing that wasn't in here or wasn't addressed in here, and I thought, okay,
I-
bring that up and.
I think it's a good thing of multi-community and area outreach to make it available to somebody that.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect,
That's a good
then
word.
then no changes needed.
And damage deposit is, there's a reason you have it done.
Yeah, yeah.
So do
Yeah.
you want we need a motion to accept it as changed or
Oh,
as amended?
you guys have, there's a lot of amendments in there.
Well, I said I have the definitions, remove former Fall Society.
Yes,
Yeah, but hold around that.
Just read about it.
And then I had, key expectations immediately or as agreed.
Yeah.
Then I kind of have a cleanup, under the cleanup requirements, how to report broken or inoperable appliances and what to do with broken appliances and, same idea, what to
Yeah.
do, how do we do it and what do they do? Municipality will stock with basic cleaning supplies for user groups. And then digital coded door lock, and then we said Nicole will get a hold of me.
Yeah.
And then 13 for under not, or sorry, not under, not allowed, no overnight camping use or however on site.
Yeah,
We'll make that amendment.
and number 4, immediately or as agreed.
right,
Keep,
Yes.
for cleanup.
Yes, that's right, yeah, that's it, clean that.
okay,
If you're okay at approving this
with amendments,
with those amendments, then great.
okay, Leona made that motion.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Perfect.
Okay.
So let's see.
Bylaw complaint procedure, my comment was, do we really need this? Like, I don't get it, like, we need a procedure for somebody to have a complaint, all we really wanna say is, you know, give us a complaint in writing,
Yeah.
verbal complaints are not.
So then I
something
have an
that-
actual, a formal form though too,
Why?
like, cause we need one.
And unfortunately now with the new privacy breach policy stuff and training that I have to schedule for you guys, ourselves, our staff. It's getting more convoluted that we have to have some kind of structure because now I have to assess all these forms and I have to make sure that
That's
we're following
NDA.
the privacy breach with the new laws that the municipal.
So you have a bylaw, but I don't have a procedure, so it's kind of wing it. So at least
Yeah.
this is an easy policy.
But
with-
isn't like, the bylaws are complaint based.
Yeah.
Complaints need to be in writing.
Yeah.
Isn't that all we need?
Yeah. Like, I guess
I
I'm
think
just,
To me, I looked at this and went, are you kidding me? Like, I don't know, it threw
it's
me
been on
off.
the back burner for a while. I haven't put it out there yet because we've been busy. And then we're coming to the season.
I'm just wondering if there's some middle ground, because I kind of see the same thing, so I have a concern. I send off an email to you guys as a resident, and I have this concern. And then if you just say back, I'm not gonna look at this until you fill out this form, I may just say, well, screw it then, or something. I don't know.
Or you're gonna elevate it.
Okay, so it's something with a dog.
The
bite.
dog one, we don't have a choice.
Dog bites or something that, like, I need bylaw to come out, they ask for specific things. So if I have that all done in the thingy, then I just forward it to him. Cause sometimes we might miss something and then it's back and forth.
You're gonna piss, if I've
I
got a
hear-
complaint, you're gonna piss me off even further to make me fill out a freaking form.
I've done that with other people.
But I know the town does, they call it a green form.
Yeah,
If you have a complaint, the complaint will not be acted upon until a green form is filled out.
I look at it as the emails come in, I look at the email and I assess, is this something that we can handle really quickly?
Yes,
I deal with it. If it is where I need to start looking at bylaw enforcement and I have to contact them, I'm gonna need more.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need the form filled out because that's the track record in their court documents if required when they have to go to court to get it enforced properly, right?
So would that work where if it is something that requires bylaw enforcement, like you say here, that then you return this form and
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
could you
And
please
I
fill
think
this
it's still
out?
with the dog people too, like, I need you to fill this out.
Can you build that into this, that if the
Yeah.
complaint is
Bylaw related.
bylaw related, a form must be submitted
Or
if it.
bylaw enforcement,
Yeah.
or anything you want.
I
Yeah.
think
Well,
yeah,
you wanna
something
make
like
notes that you
that,
have
but
all the stuff.
hey, if you could, I got some
Well,
potholes outside my
Yes, I want
driveway.
to make you do that.
Okay, but
Yeah.
that's a,
That's
That's
what
what,
based
that's
on
what
here.
this reads
so this
like.
has to read a bylaw enforcement related
Okay.
complaint or something like that,
Okay.
that I can understand if we need the documentation because we're taking it formally to another level.
Yeah.
But
So if there's a noise bylaw, let's forget the dog, because we put the 7 to 11.
Yeah.
So somebody is making a complaint about someone at noise at midnight.
I think you're gonna have to do a bylaw complaint form, cause it could be formal, and then there could be.
There could be fines.
There could be
Anything
fines.
that there's a fine attached to,
which is enforcement.
which is enforcement.
Okay,
So if you use the word bylaw enforcement,
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with that. I
Okay.
just didn't want, oh
right,
my God.
No.
We get complaints all the time, but
Yes.
they're just like, oh, yeah, sure, we can do that.
if somebody doesn't like the way we're snow plowing or something
Yeah.
like that, we don't wanna say.
You
use
don't
the
wanna
form,
say,
because
here's
that's
the
not-
form, like,
Yeah.
that's gonna elevate it.
That is a policy and that's a different review.
Okay, so,
So why don't we, with what you guys have said, you want to have administration redo it to clarify between bylaw fines and why the complaint for a bylaw.
No,
Bylaw
we
enforcement.
just
Bylaw
want the words bylaw enforcement complaints. Like enforceable complaints or something.
Yeah.
Just, we want
Yeah.
that it's, if we require the paperwork, which is bylaw enforcement,
Yes.
I don't want complaints.
so we could just say something along the revised wording, something like, complaints must be submitted in writing, email or whatever. Or should be submitted in writing, I don't know if we wanna be
Sure.
confirm on that, but we encourage
Yeah.
written submission of complaints. Bylaw enforceable complaints, will require this form to be
Yeah.
filled out.
Bylaw enforcement related complaints must complete the form.
Yes.
That's simple?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
The only other thing,
Yeah.
suggestion that I have in here is in your policy and in your Schedule A, the method of contact isn't exactly the same, so
Oh.
just make sure it is exactly the same.
Okay, and then we have a resolution and closure that has been addressed, and do they get a copy of that? If somebody says, like I've
Yeah.
heard in the past where, whether it's a dog complaint or a noise complaint, they've done the
Yeah.
formal, they've done the written,
Yeah.
and now where's it at?
Yeah,
What's their closure? We've talked about our closure, what's their closure?
we have number 5, complaints in the form once the matter is addressed, some details may not be shared due to privacy laws. So that's-
Okay,
That's what the
yes.
Schedule B.
that is.
And then this
That'd be-
form here, what we'll do is we will make it electronic and they will be able to print off a copy of what they submit.
Or
Yeah.
have an email.
Yeah, because you've got in the top part here, you've got it or an online form.
Yeah.
And in the bottom, it's only visit the office or email.
We'll fix this,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, so that they're the same.
we just want the clear direction is to make these following changes and bring back.
Okay.
So we're bringing this back.
Okay, and, just minor thing on Schedule A for the complainant information, doesn't have their email address on it,
Oh,
no place to put that.
thank you.
And it's complaint form, not complain form.
Oh.
On Schedule A, the top of. And I think there's also a typo up above on complaint.
We're good at typos.
I think you need
I
the T
admit.
on, where did I see that?
Schedule A needs the T.
No, there was another one too.
So we'll make all those changes and bring it back with your amendments that
Okay.
you've requested.
Okay,
That would be the resolution.
we'll, I'll make that motion to, defer it and with, or I guess, push it forward for corrections and bring it back to the next council meeting. That's,
Yeah.
that how you wanted it?
Yeah.
That works for,
We have
something
it.
like that, we
Yeah,
can
it's
figure out the
you.
actual wording.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hang on, we'll get the wording. Give her time, please. Do you have the wording of what you want?
Hold on.
oh, God.
All right.
Yeah.
And I would like to see that resident's guide on how to file the bylaw enforcement complaint. Like, I wanna keep that word, it's not just, I have a concern about a pothole, I have a
Mhm.
bylaw enforcement issue.
Yeah.
They're two
Yeah.
different things.
Yeah,
I
they
think
are.
the understanding of policies are differently treated than bylaws.
Yeah.
We understand that.
They
Joe
don't.
Q Public does not.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Let's get that. And I had to say, okay, so have we done the motion?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, and then I had the same issue on the next one.
Oh.
The grass cutting, do we need a policy that states the obvious?
I kept it pretty simple, man.
But do we even need that? Like, we know
Got
the grass
complaints.
should be
We
clean.
had complaints
About what?
that either we're cutting the grass, we shouldn't be cutting the grass. We get tons of, it's too tall, we shouldn't be out there, it's too dry, like, it becomes more and more like,
This also is what's it called? If Alan leaves, because he's a wealth of knowledge, and it's not all written down, we have an idea where to start with a new person. If there happens for some reason, Alan can't pass on that wealth of knowledge.
But if the grass is previously cut, they
Yeah.
cut the same
I
path.
know, you
If
should,
you don't-
you should get some, come in here and get some of the phone calls or
we
emails.
get, because it's quack, or, grows at a different rate than somebody who has, I don't know, there's bluegrass. Bluegrass will grow at a different pace than quackgrass. And people will see an uneven area and they'll think that we haven't cut. But we've just been out, right? But some grass grows faster than others, so it's gonna look like we hadn't done anything.
So if you have this policy, how will that
Yeah,
help you?
how's
They're
that
still gonna
figuring
come
it?
in and they're still gonna come in and say, well, we think it's too long.
Because we've already, grass cutting is operationally based. Well, that means we'll cut it when we can and will, and when we have the time. All work is completed on best efforts basis. Yeah, we're doing our best,
Yes,
but how does this policy alleviate the concerns or complaints or the issues that arise from somebody saying, why are you cutting that grass? Or you should be cutting more of this grass, or like the fire lanes, I mean, they're this tall now, this is not going to say, well, they had it in their policy, they should have been cutting this before it got 6 inches tall or 2 feet tall. I don't see how this does anything. Am I missing something here?
Well, that's how you made this one.
Well, I just,
because we knew we wanted to keep it simplified, so I kept it just basically, it's under maintenance and budgets.
Then that's the response that you give them when they come in with a complaint. It's under maintenance and budgets and
operationally based.
and
like,
it's
yeah, we're-
operationally based.
I'm good with that, if you wanna just
I
get rid of
didn't,
this, I don't care. I'm good with that.
yeah.
I
Like,
just wanna make sure that I'm gonna tell them, operationally, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I know we've had. Yeah, I'm not sure how better to make it easier for you guys to respond to resident complaints. I know one of the things we had a lot of discussion on in the past was on the beach and what areas should we cut and don't we cut, and that's part of the shoreline management plan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it is kind of said in here a little bit, but it doesn't, you know, we're not looking at the maps and we're not agreeing on that within this policy down to that level of detail anyway, so that's really the only place that we might need to have some further discussion and say, you
That
know,
was my comment is
have a
like,
map somewhere that says, you know, these are our cutting and these are our no cutting zones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's kind of part of
But
our
that's
shoreline
not
management plan,
here.
not here,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, so do we need to do anything with this one?
It's your call. If you think you don't want this policy, then motion to
With the word, I can't. even think of the word.
withdraw this policy and leave it as operation.
yes.
Yeah, it is it's an operational guideline, operations takes
Let's
care of
put
it.
it in the resolution so everybody understands. We
Okay.
aren't gonna do the policy
Okay.
because it's under operational guidelines.
Okay.
And that's that.
Okay.
Operational guidelines and budgets, or operational and budgets.
Operational budget, which one?
It's gotta be, it's an operational thing and it's in line with the budgets approved.
Okay,
As per budget approval. Okay,
let's put their name on it.
yeah, so I'll put my name on that.
Okay.
And all in favor? Okay, moving on to privacy breach. I must have been in quite a thing because.
You were in a mood.
I must have been in a mood. I had the same comment again, okay? Like, I do understand that we need some, as part of the provincial thing.
I don't have a choice on this.
Okay, so what is this address? It says that we will keep things private when they're given to us in privacy, or what does it mean?
Okay, so unfortunately, we have a deadline that we have to have something in place. And then, of course, we had, Roshan Sands did a 40-page document that went to ADISA. And actually, I've updated this because we got it back. It's been legally reviewed. We have 40 pages of a manual that we now have to implement as part of this process. It's all. So,
June, we need it in.
yeah, we had to have something in place because of provincial privacy legislation, including the Protection of Privacy Act, replacing the freedom, and to respond to privacy breaches, which are happening, and you are having provincial privacy breaches going on. And of course, you would think we wouldn't need to deal with it, but it does happen in small municipalities too. And where appropriate, how we notify affected individuals, how we handle these type of things.
So this is if we're broken into and some files are stolen,
If
or
we're helping
only
to-
electronic.
How we handle privacy information, so the complaints.
Yeah.
Bylaw complaints, so when somebody puts their name on it, we have those clauses there, there's a reason we have those clauses. And then if they feel that somebody
Learned about it.
breached their privacy, then they can file a complaint and we have a process we have to go through and make sure that we met everything.
Okay.
It does feel convoluted after what I've gone through with all this stuff and what we have to start doing as part of this process. It's a lot of extra work,
Yeah.
but all it takes is,
Yeah, if it comes to a head, or something does leak, if you will, or somebody's
Yeah.
personal information gets out there. And they've had their share of this, so.
yeah, and so we did just receive it as the package went out. So this is the new document that I have to go through. This is legally done, meets all of the act.
Okay, so
And
what are you looking for from us on this one?
so what I'm looking for with you guys is I've created the policy that adds this part to it, and what I'm asking is your approval, because council has to approve so I can implement.
Makes sense. Is there any?
So the only question that I had is under confidentiality, information about a breach will be shred only as necessary.
It should be shared.
Shared,
I
thank
fixed
you.
it. I did, yeah, but I went
okay.
through, because I had to do a quick update on it, because I had to do a minor change to be able to add this.
So that's shared, not shred. Okay.
Yes.
And my other comment was, so the CAO is the privacy officer. What happens if the CAO is the cause of the leak?
Must report any privacy breach to the privacy officer. If it's me, then it's gotta go up and then it would go to the provincial government.
Is that acknowledged in here?
No.
Hang
Needs
on
to
a
be.
second here.
I like that fact that, you know, for everything under you, you know, what information was involved, who,
So-
what, where, what's their harm?
The policy has, now that we've got this document, which is the 40 pages of stuff, and the education we gotta do for council, for ourselves.
There's
We
training.
all have
Yep.
to do training now. So there is privacy management program. So under 2, what I did was, so responsibility, all staff and council must report any privacy breach to the privacy officer immediately. 2, chief administrative officer acts as privacy officer, manages if all breach response, keeps a record of all breaches, determines if notification is required. The Summer Village of White Sands maintains a privacy management program supporting operational procedures. Privacy management program compliance binder forms Schedule A to this policy and contains supporting procedures, forms, training materials, safeguards.
Okay,
breach
Yeah, we know all
we
that,
got
yeah.
all that.
Yeah.
It's just what happens if you're the breach?
Yeah,
Like,
That's not
then you have
addressed
to
in this.
notify the commissioner, the
I
Office of the Information and Privacy
I would
Commissioner
say
of
if,
Alberta.
if the CAO, it has a breach, it's the mayor's responsibility to notify the commissioner, I would say. It has to be someone other than you that notifies the
You
commissioner.
can't tell on yourself,
Yeah,
or you could, but we need something in there that
If
says,
there's something against me, I would send it straight to the office of the commissioner, because that,
but they're saying someone else needs to do it, not you. So they're saying if you breach it, Dan's gonna report you or send it off.
yeah, sure,
it
yeah.
just needs another level, that's
Just
all.
one more,
I'm not saying it's going to happen, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
if you breach something and it's put forward, like somebody approaches us, then we need to have a second level. What is
I know, I think we're looking at it like this is a punitive thing, like, you know, you've committed a crime and you're not gonna investigate yourself for your crime. This is not necessarily a punitive thing, this is just making sure that, you know, when a privacy breach happens,
it can be punitive though.
well, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something more into details on that, but, you know, in a lot of cases, you know, I left my computer out and somebody came along and
Saw something.
saw something on it. And, you know, like, it's not necessarily like the sky is falling, but, you know, this was a breach. I'm reporting it. You see.
Yeah,
So the specific
So-
purpose of the
Melissa can
PMC
do that, like, it's not.
is to promote accountability within the municipality for the collection, use, disclosure, and protection of personal information and other privacy-related matters. Demonstrate the municipality's commitment to privacy and the proper administration of personal information. Outline the safeguards and policies in place to protect personal information and proactively identify and mitigate privacy risks. So we have to come up with a plan for everything that we're doing.
yeah,
Integrate privacy considerations in the operations and planning of the municipality. The municipality recognizes cybersecurity as a significant operational privacy risk and may implement additional cybersecurity policies, procedures, technical safeguards, and incident response measures separate from the privacy management program. So the privacy management program applies to all personal information in the custody of or under the control of the municipality, including the municipality's collection, use, disclosure, retention, and deletion and protection of personal information. privacy management program applies to all officers and counselors and employees as defined by HOPA, including any third party that performs a service for the municipality under contract. The municipality is required by section 6(1)(a) of the PMR to designate a privacy officer who is responsible for ensuring the municipality's compliance with HOPA. The privacy officer for the Summer Village is designated to be the individual who holds the position of a chief administrative officer within the municipality.
If, all
I think
I
it's
would.
the guidelines that are
I
set.
agree, but all I would do is probably change number 2, not change, add. Under number 2, chief administrative officer, a letter E. That basically says if the privacy officer is directly involved, then that goes through the mayor or something like that. Like, I think we just need an extra thing, because in some cases, through whatever, no fault of your own, but you provide information to somebody that shouldn't have been shared. How does that get addressed? Isn't that is that a valid concern, or are we blowing it
In
up?
a million years, it's never gonna probably never gonna happen, but in case it does, it's a good safeguard.
It don't matter to me, because as soon as somebody asks for some personal information, I'm not giving it out, and I won't even give out a phone number. I would say you can leave your contact information with me, and I may reach out, and it's up to them.
So if you look under the response steps in this next section, perhaps it could be added in there, like there's the contain, report, assess. So contain, whether it's the privacy officer or anybody, that's the same thing. Report to the privacy officer. Maybe you could just say, if the privacy officer is directly involved in the incident, then
Further step is required or may
Then-
be required, or
Yeah,
then
Something like
assess.
further steps required to safeguard that personal information.
Or whether, whether the mayor will,
I don't even know if you need the mayor in here, but you need another step, like,
You need, when you're in a reporting process, there always needs to be either an appeal or a secondary line. And that's all that we're asking, is
Yeah.
it just that secondary line gets put in there, not that you're ever gonna have to use it, but it just.
Or, you know what, they can report it to the ombudsman and the privacy commissioner themselves. They have that right.
Yeah, they can.
So why don't we just add that as the safeguard?
yeah,
Report immediately to the privacy officer, or if concerns relates to the privacy officer, report it to the provincial ombudsman or the.
yeah, I don't know how exactly to do it, and I don't wanna convolute it, but
Because
there
if
just
you
needs to be another check.
Because if you get yourself too into this, it could.
I don't want,
Yeah,
The only time that anyone other than the privacy officer would be involved is if privacy officer was the cause of the breach.
so we'll report immediately to the privacy officer, or if is in
Privacy.
regards to the privacy officer,
if the breach is,
Yeah,
if breach is the privacy officer.
then must be reported to the office of commission.
Then must be reported to the office of the privacy officer, office commission, or the ombudsman, provincial ombudsman,
Sure.
sure,
because they're both gonna do the same thing.
either one.
Ombudsman, and who's the other part, sorry?
The
Privacy-
information and privacy
Provincial
commissioner
privacy
of Alberta.
commissioner.
It's got right down below.
Yeah.
We're just putting that back up on top if it's the privacy.
So we're adding it into response steps to report on, put it right in.
Yeah.
there.
Okay, I think with those amendments, are we okay with going, and approving the rest?
I can
Okay.
make that motion.
All in favor? Got it? Okay, now sorry, I'm just gonna catch up here.
So then the recreation and the gates policy.
Yes,
Recreation and then the parks.
So the only thing, the recreation, that bylaw in terms of reference is not coming back until June, but
Yeah.
But I thought that I would let you know that the Hall Society is interested in being on it,
Okay.
because they do see it as they see it as a collaborative effort between the two. However, they would like to see 2 members at large and 2 Hall Society representatives and 1 council member. So 2, and 2. The other thing that they
two,
suggest.
2 and 1.
Two,
Two,
and one. Yeah, I was gonna
Say
say,
not
mad.
no, 2, and 1. The other thing that they suggested that gets built into this is a rotational term. So not everybody goes on and off at the same time.
Okay,
So the Hall Society reps, if there's 2 of them, one goes on for a 1-year term, the other one goes on for a 2-year term, and then that's rotated, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that they suggested on
That's
this.
good.
So however you build that in, there's a couple places, terms of appointment and the composition. That was the only suggestions that they had for this. The only other comment that I've gotten from this is that some people see it as a redundant committee. So my comment is try it for 2 years. If it is redundant, we can always withdraw it.
Yes.
So
This is just taking in some of the feedback from community members, thinking that there should be committees
Yeah.
or there should be more consultations, so we're just kinda.
Yeah.
Working.
And
on it.
if it turns out to be redundant and there's not anything additional that comes, then we reassess it after 2
You
years.
can dissolve it.
You good with that?
Yes, I just said moved by Councilor Zarko to amend the bylaw with the following amendments and bring back for June. Is that just what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, passed. 6.9 was the gates.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we had a bit of an issue this weekend because the expectation has been, and the previous forever, was that yes, the policy that we approved applies to all other weekends other than the May long and the September long. Because that was traditionally and this year there wasn't near as many, but put your lifts, put your docks in, your neighbors all help out on the May long weekend and the September long, and there was people, and I was there when shortly after Al got challenged, and it didn't go well, and then I subsequently heard about it most of the weekend, and I do think that those 2 weekends should be an exception, and perhaps enforcing the policy without, I don't know if we need to officially put it in the policy as
I think
exceptions.
we do.
And
Yes,
if we do, that's fine,
Yeah.
but it would have been simpler, just, hey, those are traditionally the 2, and people have, and they did get access. I think most people solved it. I'm not
We-
even sure how, but.
Okay, no, that is, I can
Okay,
provide
give me some clarity.
Okay, so the policy, when we had first brought it to you guys, we had said we wouldn't even close the gates until the end of May.
Yeah.
Because that was.
That's what I thought.
Yes, and then you guys, over lots of review and lots of thought process, this was the final policy that you approved because you looked at it from a lot of different aspects that if they're giving notice, there's ample time, they can let us know and we would take care of it. And we did. We had one who had got his crossing thing all taken care of. He called us 3 days in advance and we arranged everything and did what we accommodated, and that person, we worked with them and we left that gate open all weekend.
Sure.
So we knew we'd probably get one more, maybe short notice, but we were prepared for that. It's just that coming and doing just confrontational, when you could just send the email, which happened, and I rectified it, and it was all taken care of and it was left open. Unfortunately, those people didn't have, I don't know who it all is, but there's no crossing
That
thing
person particularly
approval.
has not done their letter
There's
or their
no letter or
application.
paid
But-
for.
But again, my comment is that if that's been historically the way that those 2 weekends we leave it open,
Yeah.
then let's formalize that if we
Okay.
need to.
But
And say, other than that,
Yeah.
yes, you have to
Yeah.
have, the procedure applies other
Yeah.
than those 2 weekends.
so
I
like
think
those,
formally,
before you put your docs out, that's what that letter's for, I give you. That's why people do the application, so you can cross the MRER. In that case, as Melissa and I were reviewing this morning, they haven't done the process either.
So they've got their lifts out without them being.
They don't have
formal.
they don't have a permit for
They
that.
don't have a permit,
So the
or not a permit,
The
but
crossing letter is just, okay, my dock is on my property, I wanna go across the ER and the MR and put it in the lake.
Yeah.
And so everybody, even those that have got it stored on the lake shore, have to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know that everybody knows that.
and so the one that did contact us, heads up, we worked everything out, everything was done.
yeah.
It was
That
all
that
completed.
letter from the municipality, cause they still have to apply for their TFA currently every year. Unless the Alberta government gives them a longer one. They still have to get a letter from me, and that letter has to be submitted with your TFA. Saying that the municipality gives you permission to cross the MR and the ER, or one or the other, depending on how the lines work, to
Yeah.
go there. I give my list to Alberta government, we're doing it at, I'm gonna give it to her at the end of this month. In June, so they can cross-reference, cause I also know that people don't hear from the provincial government. And at least I tell the residents who, when I tell them to do the TFA, you might not hear anything from them, but at least you're in queue or whatever, you've done your due diligence. So if something was to come back at you, you've done your part, now it's on them. And we've done our part as a municipality.
And we understand what you're saying, and
Yes, but the
because
state
there was
did.
no policy before, it was going everywhere.
Yeah.
So that was why we brought the policy, you guys had a really good discussion, you went and
Yeah.
it went back and forth for quite a while. Now, we did originally put it that we would not close any gates. But then there's little situations that arise, right?
Yeah.
So then you guys reviewed it because of certain things, you felt there was enough time in advance that they can let us know and we would have no problem.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with adding an
I'm-
exception.
Yeah, I'm thinking to, again, it's also part of the education process. Because I can bet dollars to donuts that probably 80% of the people that have a dock or a lift stored along the shoreline do not know that they need to contact you and get a TFA for crossing. And so I think this is an education process that has to happen
Yes.
over
we
a
can
year or two.
re-educate, but this TFA and dock crossing has been happening, I think this is 4th or 5th year.
Well, I know
Yeah.
the licensing
Yeah.
is there and everything else, but again, this crossing document, I even read it and going, what the heck is a crossing document?
Yes, the letter I say that,
Yeah,
because I have people who will, I know the last 2 years, there's a couple people, because the lake's below, they still will do their dock crossing letter. But they're essentially doing a placeholder, because I have to take the GPS and they get sent to Alberta government. And so they said, we might not even put it out this year, but I'm doing this. fine, as long as you do your TFA and stuff like that, if you don't put it out. I already have one person for sure this year that said that we might not even put our dock up this year.
Right,
Yeah.
but all I'm saying
Yeah.
is, you know,
Yeah,
in
information.
April, beginning of May, start posting it.
I
Here's the steps that you need to do,
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3.
I did do a posting, and in the newsletter that, hey, don't forget your annual permits, docks, RV permits, and there was something else I
Right,
thought.
but
And we also
docs-
added
But
insurance.
docs,
Yeah.
docs,
Yeah.
I take it that to be, I've gotta go to the provincial government and get my dock license. Not the crossing permit.
But at the same time, no, I said the docs, we have we have an application for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
I
I'm
know.
doing is
We'll re-educate,
clarity.
but it has been here for 5 years.
I
Ish,
think this is an opportunity to
Yeah.
educate.
Yes.
It's basically
again,
saying, hey, we can change the policy to still open these 2 weekends.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
hey, by the way,
Yeah.
we didn't open this weekend. Sorry if we inconvenience somebody. By the way, do you know that
Yeah.
you have to have these 2 things in place
Before.
to be able to put it
Yeah.
out there?
No, I
Yeah.
have no problem doing
And
that.
And I think
this-
that's a good opportunity to educate.
And I think this person kind of said, last year they were open, I think I remembered to request it. So,
It was more than one person, Melissa. So
Yeah.
it was more than one. One escalated, and a couple
and we handled
informed,
it.
and I think we handled it. But again,
It doesn't need to be.
it shouldn't have come to that. It was unfortunate that we did it that way. So I
And
think
we're good with
educated for
amend the policy to add in the exception of
Of
May
those
long weekend and September long
Yeah.
weekend.
and use that as an opportunity
Yeah.
to re-educate people, because I don't think everybody necessarily does that and knows that. And we need to get a handle on that. It's part of the provincial requirement,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
because we have that special, whatever it's called, around the lake.
And there's quite a few, cause we do about, well, I think last year was down because of lake level, right?
Yeah, I think we had less than, I wanna say less than 15 last year, and right now I have 6 or 7.
Yeah,
See, and there's way more than that out there.
Yeah, there is.
oh, yeah,
There's
So
probably
there's lots of people that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Dollars to Donuts, they don't understand that they need to have that crossing permit from you.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that I'm
We gotta
thinking
get
is
this.
being missed and people just aren't aware of it.
Yeah.
so what we're looking for is a motion from you guys to add a clause into
the policy or
the beach gate access policy that would have
that allows.
May long weekend, September long weekend, all beach accesses open, just beach accesses.
Yes, just beach accesses. That's what they,
Okay,
Cause they're all beach access.
Yeah.
This one,
1 to 8 for all beach accesses.
just wanna make sure, cause there are gonna be some that are gonna come back at us because they think the one down at the boat launch is a beach access and it's not.
No, I don't think anybody puts their dock in on the boat launch.
Some do.
Or you.
They
could-
go
Oh, they have
down.
another back lot, they might bring it around.
So I just wanna.
There is
make-
no gate there though.
Yeah.
The beach access.
There's one down by, your fire, fire thing where
Yeah.
we walked? That's the one that
The fire road gate,
yes.
Oh,
would they take their lifts down that road?
There are some on that end that will, so
Okay.
let's
Okay.
just first deal with the beat, we'll do the beat.
yeah,
So,
and the fire access.
would there be a reason that wouldn't be included? The
Because
beach
they're
access?
fire, they're not beach accesses.
Okay, the gate accesses will be open on those 2 weekends.
The beach, because those are your direct,
Yeah.
those ones
Yeah,
you
the
have.
beach
One
ones,
to
yeah.
Beach, 1 to 8.
Okay,
Okay,
so does that need to come back in June, or we're just?
Yes, we'll bring it back in June.
So
for
add
final
it in there,
approval.
And if you need to add in that one access, specifically put that one access in.
That's a fire though, are you really wanting to, this is a beach gate access policy, that's,
For 1 weekend, for 2 weekends. It's locked otherwise, right?
yeah,
So,
could that one just fall under, give us a heads up?
Why does it need to be different?
Because it's not a beach
It's
gate
not a beach
access.
access.
Okay, but why
would it need to be different?
would it need to be different?
Why would it not be open on the Maylon? If people are using it for,
So are we gonna open all the fire?
No, just the
Just
ones
the one.
on the beach.
that's it.
Cause that's a fire emergency access, remember this was the discussion with the
With
environment,
environment.
right?
Yeah.
And you got trees, then you got like.
Well, how are they using it then if it's locked?
They have to request it through us and then we walk through the process.
I don't see how it's really any different than the other beach accesses. For putting your lifts in. Because some people bring them from the back lots and that's the easiest way to get in there. Is it not?
I don't know enough about.
I
this.
would,
I'm only going with
I
what
would
I-
include that access as well in this policy. Cause it still is, even though it's called a fire access, it still is technically a beach access too. It's not a designated 1 to 8. But it is still a beach access for the purpose of putting in your lifts in that area.
Yeah, like we're talking about people need to get accesses to the beach for equipment and lifts, with the docks in or out, whether they're accessing through the fire gate or they're accessing through
Well,
beach access 5.
Yeah.
It's the same questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's not the official 1 to 8 beach access, but it is an accessible gate that people use to get their stuff to the beach.
Okay, we'll come up with
Yeah.
new wording and
Okay.
then we'll bring it back.
I think it needs to be included. I don't want to
Yeah.
exclude it because then
No,
it excludes some
either.
people that utilize that.
But yeah, it's a minor amendment.
Okay.
I think the rest of it will stay the same.
Okay, is that was it for policies and bylaws? I
Yes.
think.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to new business, the recycling program under EPR. Good news. Take
Yes.
it away.
Give me 2 seconds to go back to where I was.
CB2.
This one is awesome. So we are working with Circular Materials for their province-wide changes under the extended producers. So what we have been coming up with is effective October 1st. We will be having a 15-month contract term, transition to a single stream recycling, no on-site sorting required, expansion of accepted materials, so cardboard will be going away and we'll be doing multiple.
One big bin? Have they specified that?
They've said to an 8-yard bin from a
From
6.
sixes to eight?
There's specific things they will adjust for our site. It will have all the components that they listed for recycling. Whether it's a 1 bin with separate compartments, I don't know.
No, they don't. It's all one material. So
Okay.
cardboard goes in there, glass goes in there, tin goes in there, styrofoam goes in there. It's one bin.
Just like there's lube in, we have.
More than even.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've gone to that model.
Okay.
It's like, I mean, you can't throw transmissions in it, but residential recyclables can all go into one now.
So anyway, the models that they presented, so most of us are all going under the depot operations only. So we just look after the snow and cleaning around the bins and keeping that all well maintained and the site maintained. They will handle the contractor, they will handle the disposal, the pickup, all that. That's for them. And then all we have to do is, I'm just working on the insurance component right now and they'll cover the cost.
That was my one question. What is the cost to this? Nothing to us, other than
Nothing.
the operational side of keeping it
Yeah.
clear.
Do
That's
they pay us to maintain the site? or maintain tonnage or,
No,
so this is shifting that responsibility onto them. But we still have to clean up the area.
oh, it's our site.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Just ask, because in some cases, they're actually paying the municipality for some of that activity, but in that's more of a rarity,
Yes.
but there is that.
They will cover the extra insurance costs that it's
Okay.
gonna have,
Okay,
because we will need it.
And they will provide the extra bin, all we have to do is make the call when it's full,
We
correct?
don't even do that.
So how do they know when it's full?
They will set it on a schedule and they'll be here.
And what happens if it's filled in 2 weeks when it's a monthly pickup, or what happens if it's filled 3 days and it's full?
Then we can work out with them on changing the frequency of pickups.
Okay, so we have that
Yes.
ability,
That'll all be, that we'll work through with the agreement, so
okay?
we're just working through everything, getting everything in line, but yeah, those will be more questions, and they understand. We're busier in the summer than we
Yeah.
are in the winter, so the frequency would increase.
Okay, so we will have frequency criteria in the contract
That's what I'm
and the
looking at.
ability to adjust that frequency.
Yes,
Because I know that in some cases, those things fill up in 1 day, and if you're on a week, you're screwed for the other 6 days. So if we have the ability to say, listen, over the summer months when it's busier, we need a more frequent pickup or more
Yes.
bins or whatever.
yes.
Okay, so that's one. The second thing is there a contamination number that they put in that penalizes us?
I haven't seen any of that at all
Okay,
yet.
you better check,
Okay.
because they, typically those facilities have a 20%-ish contamination rate that they can't recycle, that's considered garbage. Or they have to do something else with it, they downgrade it. If you exceed a certain, and they love to put in the contracts that you must keep contamination to less than 10%. When they know damn well it's closer to 20, and they could penalize you for not keeping it. Because there's some things that are not allowed in here, like a laptop or a computer or whatever, that people might think, oh, this is a catch-all bin. And if you contaminate it above a certain level, there's usually a punitive clause in there that talks about contamination. Just make sure that our contamination is not set arbitrarily low, that we get penalized for something.
Yeah, because right now, depot operation is, we just have a commercial general liability, we have an all risk property insurance. And we only have an environmental impairment insurance, everything else, auto liability, accident, pollution liability, it's not on us.
so I don't know that, like, your answer didn't coincide with what he
Yeah,
was
If
saying.
I go and throw my trash bag in there,
Yeah, what happens if you throw a garbage bag in there?
who's responsible for that?
Because one, that they will have a contamination level, we just need to make sure that we catch that.
Is that something where?
That should be under them and not us, we're
No.
just forming the site.
But that's not what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Rocky View, they tried to put in a 4% or 5%, and I said, that just does not happen. Because there's some materials that they do not allow, and it's right on there, no, but
People still do it.
people still do it, and
Yeah.
they have some punitive clauses that if you have too much contamination, there's a problem.
So Dan, this is your business. This is
Yes.
what you do. So can I suggest that contract that you actually, once you get it kind of together, that you actually give it to Dan to look at as well? Because he knows all the ins and outs of that contract.
And they will present you with a draft contract that then they will discuss with you. I'd like to be
Yes.
part of that discussion. Cause there's little.
I
hiccups.
understand what you're saying, and I'm okay with whatever you decide, just understand that there's operational role and the policy role, and I hear if you wanna be involved in the next. When they send the agreements, you can take a review
Yeah, I
of them.
Okay. And that's a role that I wouldn't normally get involved with, but I know there's some hiccups that can cost us. They propose it as a free program, free, and we get caught up in that because the province has shifted responsibility for those materials to the producer of those materials, packaging, paper, and plastics. So they've pushed that on them, and the pushback is that we're number one, they now have financial and responsibility for that. The pushback is they throw in these contamination clauses and then they don't give you a high enough level of service.
So I think when you do whatever the resolution you do, just add in a little clause that you would like administration to have.
Consultation with
Yeah.
Dan.
There you go.
That's it. Period.
Overview of the agreement,
Okay.
but.
That's it.
Yeah.
Do we want to enter the agreement? Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
We want agreement, but I would just like to have, I don't care, call it council, it doesn't have to be Dan, but council needs to look at this
I know nothing
contract
about
prior to signing it.
Sure, like I'm working on the insurance already to
Okay.
make sure we cover all
Yeah.
that. But that's the resolution I'm
This-
looking at is,
This is a really good thing,
Oh, absolutely.
but I just don't wanna get something that is kinda caught in here with, you know.
Yeah.
Like they say, oh, you gotta flatten all cardboard, what happens if residents don't? You gotta keep this material out of there, well, what happens if they don't? Like, what's the problem with this?
like,
Hey.
I know previous were other ones,
They don't wash the tin cans.
Tin
Yeah.
cans, or,
like, we're not going out there to wash tin cans.
Yeah. you know, for styrofoam, remove the film wrap, well, okay, what happens? I mean, most of them, it's fine, but they have some traditionally, and they need to provide, you know, educational materials, but when they look at some of these smaller sites, they may not be as attentive as they should be. And the whole idea of this is that the producers of these packaging and paper products design it to be more recyclable, and if they don't have those input things, they just don't.
And I think some of this stuff is like, it's the deep, we're just doing, we give you a site.
Yeah,
There's another step where we would manage all that part.
we don't want that,
And
not a chance.
no, that was my thought
No.
too, is we wanna
Yeah.
do minimal capacity, minimize the risk. And service level for residents under the new EPR. We
Yep.
just wanna maintain it.
Well, we
Yeah.
wanna increase the materials, which that's what
This
this
is
does.
increasing.
This is good news, because
This is great.
before we did cardboard, now we have pretty much most of the residential recyclable materials.
So I know that there are residents here in town that take their stuff into Stetler and put it in their friend's backyard to recycle all of this.
Yeah.
So this will certainly help out
Oh,
in that case. Now they don't have to hold it
Well.
on, you know, and everything else. So I like this. I
Yes.
like this. What
And
I am
we're-
concerned about is the punitive side if we.
Yeah, and we'll make sure through the
Yeah.
contract, because I wanna minimize every risk that we have. The insurance part, yes, okay, that's gonna have additional cost, they're covering it, they said they'll cover it. So I'm like, good, so I'm working on that.
The lessons learned from other communities is frequency, because they wanna change it less frequent. And we wanna say, no, we need to keep the level of service.
I would say we'd wanna maintain the exact same frequencies as we have with our regular pickups.
No,
Summer.
it may increase.
You're gonna
Summer, you
increase-
want it to be at least once a week for sure, and in winter, you could probably go to every 2.
They will have standards. You
Yeah.
just need to review those standards.
Yeah.
And they'll base those standards on size of community. The challenge with our community is it is only 135 or whatever that number is. We'll
But it
find out the
increases
census,
to,
but it expands tremendously
Yeah.
over the summer months
Yeah.
and the long weekends and the weekends. So we need to be aware of that, that's all.
Yeah.
So I have to direct administration to proceed with the depot operations only service model under the circular material CM recycling program effective October 1st, 2026. subject to administration review of the final statement of the SAL and council will review the agreement prior to signing.
Correct,
Yes.
perfect.
Any chance it could be before October?
No,
No, that's the deadline.
Okay.
that's the first deadline.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
no, I just was wondering
Yeah.
why October.
Some community, it's a provincially mandated
Okay,
Yeah.
date.
And this gives us time to be able to, our current contractor, we will give him prior notice of the change in date
Okay,
and to do the site up.
okay, we got that motion, I'll make that motion, all in
Okay.
favor? Okay, now we're moving on to the SDAB, which is disbanded, and we're looking for the Parkland Planning Agency is disbanded,
Yeah,
and we're looking for an appeal process that meets our requirements.
yes,
So these are the 3 or 4, 3, 1, 2, I think there was 3.
3, and then there's the option of if you did your own.
Yeah.
There's a lot to do with that.
No, okay, so any discussion on that? You saw the recommendations, you saw that, I mean, we have to do something.
I just have a question on financial implications, so I think this is really good information, and I think, you're suggesting Red Deer County as.
Because
the
it
preferred option.
stays,
Right.
yeah,
So annual base cost, $500, appeal costs, pay as needed, so what does that mean for pay as needed?
it's,
Above the base cost?
that was how our last one was too, is if you had an appeal, then there would be additional costs of having to travel the board and the meeting, all that.
Which can be
stuff,
significant.
which can be significant, so that's why we do what we can to try and reduce as much as that, but you know, there's always, you have to have this, it's a
Appeal person.
legislative requirement,
So
so.
the annual base cost, it's that $500, that basically just says, okay, so we have access to the team of experts.
Correct,
And
Trained.
then,
Yeah.
and then it's on a pay for use.
Yes.
So if,
does
you're
any
gonna
of
pay
that,
$500,
does any of that get passed on to the appellant?
There is a cost to appeal.
there's a cost to appeal.
It's not, it may or may not
So the
need
$50.
enough to meet the cost of that.
Well, it's similar to if you appeal your assessment, there's a fee, and if you win, you get it back.
Yeah.
It's a legislative requirement that these are required.
Okay.
I was just trying to, our budget from previous years was always 504 is what we paid. This came in at 500. It gives us a time frame now to at least have it in play.
So what happens when there's an appeal? It could very well exceed the budget, because the budget's just a requisition to have that ability, to have that.
We're gonna pay them $500 period.
No matter what,
No matter.
that's the
No matter
budget.
what.
Okay, but if somebody launches an appeal on something, then we are responsible for those court costs, if you will.
Yeah, and that's
And
gonna come back.
that's in excess of the budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, we can pre-plan all we want every year, we have no idea.
Yeah.
But probably in our planning and our land use bylaw and your MPC,
Yeah.
there's opportunity that we can reduce this.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion, Paul? Did you get
so
answered?
what's the difference between the Red Deer and the Dillon model? Dillon Consulting. Is it like essentially the same thing?
Same idea, just it's a contract and it's with a different agency and
Training isn't included.
yeah. So there's additional costs.
Okay. All right, I think I'm good with that.
Okay.
I think our biggest concern was that
Gotta have
if
some-
we go with more of a planning agency like we just did and then things divest or they fall apart.
So is it a Red Deer County model, or it is the Red Deer County staff and everybody that does the appeal?
it's their whole
They,
staffing.
they
and their
did,
model.
they did number 4.
Yep,
So they set up an internal SDAB,
yep,
and all we're doing is looking at piggybacking on their internal SDAB.
yes, and Roshan Sands is already approved to go with.
So they, yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I don't either. And I mean, if it becomes an issue, you can always look at changing contractors.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no commitment
There's no-
other than,
A year, an annual contract.
Yep.
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
all right, I can make the motion for the wording of option 1 there.
Okay.
To authorize administration to enter the SDAB service agreement with Red Deer County for the provision and administration of subdivision and development appeal board services on behalf of the Summer Village of White Sands. And are we giving first reading to the SDAB service bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, so Paul did that one.
All in favor? Do we need to give second reading?
I would say we should just
Do it all three.
Okay, yeah, because I think it's by far the best option. Okay, I'll make,
Second,
yep, second.
I can.
Leona makes the motion for second reading. And then all in favor?
Yeah.
And,
unanimously.
now we have a motion to unanimously agree.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion
Okay,
to go into third, and then third reading, Leona's making
Yep.
that motion.
Sure.
To
Okay.
accept this as bylaw. It is a bylaw, yeah,
give me a second. Copy and paste.
We will now be in compliance.
and we will be in compliance. I like it. It's a simple, which could have been complicated if we didn't have.
It was getting complicated when I was reading all of
Yeah.
the documents, so I
Yeah,
thought simplify.
No, that's not what bylaw number is.
I've
And
got
it-
226-26.
There we go.
Okay, powers, oh, that's done. Okay, now we're moving into
Disc golf.
disc golf. So I can address that. So based on our earlier conversations and conversations with the couple and group that runs the Roshan Sands Disc Golf, we set up a temporary disc golf course. I use the word temporary and pilot and those words because there is no permanent infrastructure put in place. But there is a couple of tee boxes that are just, you can take a look at any of them, but at this point, we did the 3 fire lane accesses or green spaces. They will need to be mowed and they are all movable. I don't think there's any real excess costs. I personally spent a little bit of paint and a fair bit of time just helping them set it up and setting it up. And it's good to go. I think there's another hour or two, but it needs to be mowed. As the fire lane needs to be mowed anyway.
Yeah.
There is a problem. I see our only risk at this point is, well, there's 2. One is that an errant disc goes into somebody's backyard. They are designed so that they're considerably away from everybody's backyard, as are the fire lanes. The fire lanes don't go to somebody's fence, they stay in the middle of the routes, and so that's why they use the fire lanes. And then the other risk is players, there's a lot of stinging nettle. And that could be a problem. I don't know how we address it, use at own risk. I mean, it's stinging nettle. If you go into the bush and get, hopefully we can maintain the stinging nettle on the pathways. But that is a real risk. It's flourishing in some of those fire lanes. Some of them that have more grass, it seems to be better. The first one's fine. The second one's pretty good. The third one has a lot of stinging nettle. So I don't know how we address that as a village, or whether that's a problem. It is, there's some more signage that needs to be done, but we're trying to do low impact signage, low impact. You know, when they go to mow the grass, it's literally picking up a couple little blocks of wood and moving them. And then the same thing with the cages.
What if there's fire?
They can access it like any, that you can drive around any of these things.
So the fire department would have no concern with these being in their fire.
And if they needed to, literally, they're literally a pole that sticks in the dirt. So if they could, you know, they would be easy to push them over. You can push them over by hand.
Okay.
That's the biggest thing, is we may need to address some of that.
So when you put those poles in, is there any thought process to using, like,
Collar?
yeah, like piping, like, and
Yeah.
then the pole just drops down in that pipe?
Yes, and that is what we will need to move towards, because as they get used, they'll get wobbly, and then you got a maintenance issue. So what that, and Roshan does it and have been for, I want to say 20 years.
Yeah.
But, and in fact, we are using 9 of Roshan's old ones.
Yeah.
That were handmade. I've just painted them up a bit. But you put in about a collar of about a foot that's wider than the base of the disc golf. And then typically they even put in a pin that then you can pull out for the winter and store those, and it's level with the ground. So there's no grass cutting. The biggest thing is keep it level with the ground so there's no impact. You can drive over the top of it, you can whatever. But yeah, the collar will be something, it'll be an improvement or a modification that will need to be done. At this point, it was made temporary so that if it was too long or too short or in the way, we could modify it at this point, because it's literally a pole stuck in the ground, buried at, you know, about 6 to 8 inches. But yeah, the collars will be kind of phase 2.
And it's 12 holes?
It's 9 at this point. I would like to put 1 or 2 here, by the bathrooms going up to here. We thought about, and they love the idea of the beach,
Mhm.
but I'm a little concerned with throwing on the beach.
That was my other question, is number 2 and number 7 are along the beach.
Yeah, that we've modified that.
Okay,
At this point, there's only 9 holes, and they are all, there's 4 on the first one, 2 on the second, and 3 on the last. And they all correspond to the beach accesses. So beach access 4, the green space across from there, that one has 4. Beach access 5, it has 2. So this map is slightly out.
okay,
Because we, you know, in the future, we can discuss that. We need to see if there's any, right now, the lowest level of risk is what we have set up.
in those 3 areas.
In those three green spaces, I got a lot of interest over the weekend, and a lot of people, I mean, mostly positive. So there, you know, there is some concern. Some people were concerned about the nettles. Some people were concerned about, you know, walking through their property. Well, it's the public access road. So there is that. It opens up a lot of little trails, you know, for our, especially in number 1, because they will be mowing that, which hasn't been mowed for many years.
Yeah.
So,
Is that the one we just opened?
Just opened.
yes, that's the square one. So there's 1
This
square
one.
and 2 long. I don't know if you wanna, I'd like to call them 1, 2, 3, but, and there will be some more signage necessary. And then we can, and Roshan has it, and if we're going to do it, we should probably do it sooner rather than later, is put a $2 honor box. They have at their start, and it's a $2 metal honor box where you put your toonie in, and then that money is collected and used for improvements on the disc golf course. Again, that's longer term stuff. This was just, let's try this and see whether it's a small scale thing, it's a low impact, and at this point, you know, it's a low cost.
If council's okay, it's a pilot.
Yeah, it's a
You're
pilot.
trying it out.
Yeah.
and will
Give
there
it-
be adjustments?
Give it to the
Probably.
season and then reassess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
there could be consideration made in future years to expanding it down to the,
absolutely.
to the west end of the
Yeah,
village there.
And in fact, there is a really cool fire lane down there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
Yeah.
you could do again, it has to have certain requirements. You don't wanna, you don't want golf balls going into somebody's backyard. Well, you don't want discs going into somebody's backyard. And you would, could it happen? Yes, I'm hoping it won't. Because it's so far away. The average person can throw 150 feet, and I didn't measure it, but I'm thinking we're well 100 feet away. You would almost have to
it would
turn
be a
and
wild.
fling it that way to make it go there. But if you have as bad of a slice as I do, you could be close. But it was funny because there was a lot of, younger people especially that said, well, I got my discs in the car. Can we use it now? It's like, sure. But it's not, we still have some signage.
Cool.
Okay,
Can any type of frisbee flying disc work on it?
you can, yeah. They have, typically you use a driver, a mid-range and a putter. You could literally use the one that you got, like the big clunky ones.
Yeah.
They're just you could
From
use
the
any.
dollar store or
You
anything.
can use a dollar store frisbee and you
Yeah.
can use a floppy frisbee and you could use anything.
Yeah.
There is there's official locations and all of this, but eventually we'd like to look at, anything around Jack's Pond. I still would like to do one here. And then possibly one or two on Front Street, even right in behind here. But again, we wanted to get something out there to use and then we'll look at, you don't want to be hitting vehicles, you don't want to be hitting people's houses. And you don't want to be hitting beach goers.
My only question is parking adequate? Because if someone decides that they wanna go and do this disc golf course there, and they're from the west end of the village, they may drive over there with their ATV or golf cart or car or whatever, rather than walk.
There are, out of the three, there's parking at two of them.
Okay,
And also, somebody asked me about bathrooms. There are bathrooms at each of the three beach accesses.
yeah,
And then somebody asked me about, what was it? I think that was the main one.
They have pretty good bathrooms there because at Roshan it's at the park. And you
Roshan
got the
has,
Marina.
yeah, they have one at the start, at hole 2,
Yeah,
and then they have the provincial campgrounds. You could go there, I guess. And then they have one at hole 14, which is near the shack, Kaz's shack.
yeah.
That's
yes,
it.
Right, that's it.
So
But there
really,
were no washrooms
there's
there.
2 washrooms there.
Yeah, but now there is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's 2 that you can use. We have 3 for the 3 different areas that we have.
Yeah, it worked out.
The other one was beverage containers. It is a sport that, similar to other golf, beverages are consumed. And we don't want them throwing it in the bush, so I have access to what they call lick tubs. And we will put, they're brightly colored, blues and greens, and we will put one at each end of the fire lanes so that we don't want them throwing cans and making a litter of their cans, which is a problem at Roshan.
Yeah.
And they're looking at putting in recycling containers. I'd like to learn from that lesson and put those in right from
Could
the
you
start.
do like eventually looking down the road, the combo of a garbage recycle?
We were just
Just
looking
get
at
the
that.
closest
You
thing,
could, yes, you could. I don't,
Cause we're thinking
I
about
didn't
there.
want, because it's a temporary thing, I didn't wanna say that
Yeah.
incurs the cost, but yes, it would be good. And it would be good to have those at the parking areas even,
yeah,
Yeah.
but for now, and it is a multi-use trails, like we didn't wanna, say, well, people will be walking, but
Yeah.
there's clear lines of sight with
Yeah.
each of them.
Yeah.
And we are doing a ladies tee and a men's tee.
Ooh.
Because some of the distances are, they're longer.
Yeah.
okay,
I'm kind of excited
Cool.
by it, so
Anyone wanna make a motion?
what do we need a motion for?
Council
to-
for proceeding with a
Yep.
temporary disc golf pilot project.
Okay.
And I added for the duration, for the duration of the season.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
the- yeah.
And the map will need to be redone. That was kind of a proposed until we started worrying about the beach and we decided we didn't need 18 to start with. We can start with 9.
Nine,
I think I have enough baskets for 12.
Okay,
So there might be a few more that we'll put in, but again, all temporary nature to start with. And then eventually we can shift to
let's put their name on this.
I can.
okay. All in favor? Okay,
Perfect.
thanks. I think
Yeah.
we're on to.
Draft
Shoreline.
shoreline management plan.
Yes. So we did have a bit of a discussion on that. And we are overall quite disappointed and we're not happy with the tone and of the report. And there was a lot of inaccuracies as well. On some of the maps, they were like really incorrect. And also it didn't address some of the boat lift and boat dock storage. And it kind of addressed well, the lake levels are low. Well, this isn't shoreline management for now. This is for the next 20 years. So we need it to be broader. We need it to address specific items that are not addressed. And then corrections on some of them. The maps were a nice addition to the first draft, but if they're not correct, they probably need to be reworked. So I think we need,
So you'd like to,
anyway, I'll have further discussion.
The only other thing that I would like out of that is, are there any other plans that are in existence already? That we
Yeah.
could also take a look at?
actually, you're not the only one working, these are plans that other summer villages.
I know,
are.
and so are there any drafts, are there any plans that have been passed that we could take a look at as well?
They would be able to provide you more detail on that, I don't know. But
Can
I
you
know
get
that they are
nice-
working about.
Could you
working on
talk to this-
7.
Could you talk to the CAOs of the surrounding areas of the lake, like Pelican Point and Roche?
I can take a look and dig up and have contact with whoever I can find plans on, yes.
Yeah,
or even, and if you can't, then you could ask the consultant, is there other plans that we could review?
And I think that,
As a second step.
yeah, but you can also bring that up in your meeting too.
I think the other thing that I'd like to say, and I just wanna confirm that we're good to continue with this same group of consultants. We gave substantial feedback on the first draft, I think, and we did the shoreline walkthrough. And like Dan said, I was quite disappointed with what they brought back, which did not really change too much from the original draft. And I really had the feeling that I don't fully have faith that these consultants are reflecting both what we said and what the Alberta Environment said, that I feel perhaps like they feel they're driving the agenda. And this is very much what we want to present as our shoreline management plan. And I just see a disconnect. I think I don't see them seeking the balanced recreational and environmental protection that we are seeking. So I just want to question, do we want to continue with that? Rather than just automatically they're off doing all sorts of revisions. This is the second go round and
They
I'm wondering-
missed the mark.
to me, this is an environmental lease, is what they presented us, more than a recreational lease. There is a little bit of recreation that is built in here, but boy, I tell you, it really does not strike that balance that we were looking at and did
Yeah.
talk about on that walkthrough.
And I'm disappointed that we have given them that feedback once and they have missed the boat. At what point do we give them another chance, or do we say this is?
So
Well, I guess I'm kind of confused because when I did look at the two plans, they are different.
Well,
They have more maps.
yeah, they improved. the
They
maps.
went
just-
for that balance
They
where
did not.
before it
No,
didn't
they
seem
didn't.
like there was anything.
They did not get
I
the balance
disagree.
correct.
I disagree. You know, the first thing you read on the executive summary, it shouts out that we're in a state of environmental catastrophe.
And we mismanaged the whole beach because there's no bulrushes growing. Well, we're on the windy side of the lake. There's never any
Yeah.
bulrush. Has nothing to do with our activities. It's the fact that they missed that
Yeah.
bulrushes don't grow on the windy side of a lake very much because it's too windy. So
I,
they missed that, and they
yeah.
kind of attributed to our, you know, and I can't remember the term, low impact and high impact. The impact that we put on it didn't cause the bulrushes not to grow.
right.
That wasn't,
And,
that was nature that caused the bulrushes not to grow.
and if you read, you know, the plans through it, I interpret what they're writing as that we will only as a community be accessing the lake through the 8 beach accesses. So anybody that has a property backing onto it is not to be accessing it through
Yeah.
their direct accesses. I would not in any form take this current draft out to the community.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't take it to the community or to Alberta Environment because it reflects poorly on us. And it's going to, if we adopt this for the next 20 years and sign a lease based on this, we are tying the hands of future councils hugely. Because it did not give a balance to the situation.
Yeah, like words like recommendations for protecting fish habitat include minimizing removal of aquatic vegetation from the lake. Well,
We don't have aquatic
we
vegetation,
have none along this area.
and we never have. And go back however many years you want. It's in the shoreline, in past the sand. I mean, now there's vegetation because there's the water so far back, but there's more vegetation now than there has been in 20 years. So again, the whole, and we're not pointing it at you, we're pointing it at overall, they really missed this.
Okay, so I think you guys we'll get this meeting prior to, and then you can make a decision at your next council meeting on whatever you
So
decide after
this
that.
is where I think the committee of the whole meeting would be beneficial. I would rather see a meeting with these, if we're gonna stay with these contractors, to have it within a committee of the whole where we can have those open, frank discussions and give them some directions to go back with no resolutions coming out of it. Because I think they need to hear loud and clear some of the concerns that we have over there.
And we
Yeah,
don't want
And
it
I'm
during
pretty
that.
glad reached
we-
out to them, so that is fine.
Well,
We want it to be not like, we want it, like, this is gonna be a serious little sit down.
Yeah.
Prior to, and I don't want them just to show up at a delegation and we give them 15 minutes and we're gonna give them
No, they're
both
coming-
They're
barrels.
coming in person.
They're coming in person for you guys to have a committee. This is a document that you've been working on and you want to have a candid conversation with your consultants prior to any moving forward with it until you because you haven't approved this. This is all just
Yeah.
draft. So you need to be having that conversations and feedback, just like when we did the walkthrough. The walkthrough did a lot because you got to see how everything is.
So also, Paul's comment is, do we want to continue with these guys?
yeah, like I'm a little
Yeah.
uncomfortable that they've been given the feedback and they're charging hours to us working away on this when I read that and I was just about ready to say, give these guys the boot. You know?
Could we get your opinion on that?
I guess when I threw it in and looked to see what the differences was, I saw that there was starting to get some balance in here, but I guess it's it's an overarching plan, but there's still a lot of work for policies or whatever you're gonna do moving forward. But it was allowing you guys, considering what the first one didn't have a lot of room for anything. This one was allowing you guys to have those opportunities to create the policies, to make those designations that you want for where docks are gonna go. Make your designations on how you're gonna treat your municipal land. Those kind of things, which is,
No,
But
but I
it's
wanted your
working.
opinion on whether we should continue with this consultant or start all over again.
well, you've spent money. If you wanna start over again, you're gonna be starting all fresh again, and it's a whole more money to spend. Or do you meet with these guys and work through this and get the feedback to them of what you're actually looking for, how the balance is with the legislation? Because the problem is, sometimes our expectations and the legislation are not in jive, and we
Yeah,
just
but-
gotta find it.
We were at that meeting, so our expectations are tempered by Alberta Environment's feedback. And the other guy's feedback, I
Yeah,
can't remember.
yeah.
The two government representatives were there.
Yeah.
And they provided their feedback saying, this is the policy, this is what you need to change, this is what we can address, this is how we can work with you. And that wasn't in there.
So my question, when I thought about this, as I'm thinking about this a little bit more, this does not address the municipal reserve policies. It only addresses the ER policies. So if and I could be totally wrong on this, I need to find out that for sure. So once this gets done, then we have to create policies for that municipal reserve separate from this.
Well, this is an overarching plan to help you with all your other policies.
No,
I think-
no,
no.
this is a shoreline plan that helps us move towards signing a 20-year agreement with Alberta Environment to manage just the environmental reserve, or is it more?
And that's
Or
what
is it
my
just the
question.
right of way specifically?
Or just the right of way? What are we signing with Alberta Environment that has expired?
Well, they're only gonna look at shoreline management.
What does that include?
EERs.
Is that ER?
That
only?
is that drainage right away for your recreation, and then how you are going to use your municipal reserves to help enhance Lake
Our
Coral.
MRs?
Yes, because your MR is always adjacent to,
Yes.
and they're gonna wanna know what you plan on doing
Okay,
to
so.
help minimize impacts to the lake.
So, to go back to like the watershed presentation, we're basically saying, this is our plan for the whole riparian zone.
Yeah.
Whether it's provincial right of way or our own reserves.
Municipal
Whether
reserves
MR or
along
ER.
the shoreline.
So basically, okay,
So there's that one map that was in that Red Deer Watershed Alliance that talked about the riparian zones and where it was at, and I would like to be able to see that map a little bit closer,
yeah,
especially for the White Sands area. But if we're talking about municipal reserves within this agreement as well and how we're treating it, none of what we thought we would be able to do is in here. Like, for example, you've got all those people that are along that one area of the lake that have that, 20, 30, 40, 50 foot high embankment. We talked about we need to be able to allow them to put their lifts there.
Yeah, and that was a designated area that you
No, it
guys.
wasn't.
But they're
you guys
not,
were thinking
No, it
about.
was not.
it was not a
There was
designated
two
area.
designated areas and they were only right here next to, see, we would like to see, this is an environmentally sensitive area, we better protect it.
Yep,
Yeah,
And so there's no lifts allowed in there. This,
yep.
yeah.
and so there's no lifts allowed in there. This is another one. But because we're protecting that, we need to have storage capabilities on this side, and that's permanent. Where there is no environmentally protected, they can still, then they should be able to cross the ER and and the MR to put the lifts in.
Yeah, that's.
But that's not what this says. If you look at the maps, there's
There's
here,
two designated
two
areas,
areas, and they're little bubbles.
everybody has to take
So then you're
everything to
literally
there.
hauling your lifts half a mile all the way down the shore to find storage in this little pocket. That's not what we had asked for.
And the one
That's
is
not
right-
what Alberta Environment wanted.
No,
Because we're doing more damage to the shoreline by dragging these things a half a mile down the shore.
because I remember the one had been brought in. And it was on it was still
On the shore.
on the shoreline. And he said, that's what we don't want. We don't want them on that shoreline, but if they move them across the shoreline and into the municipal reserve, that's okay.
So that's what we need to communicate.
That's right.
So, I guess my question still remains, should we, or our question, should we continue with this consultant? And do we think we can get this remediated? You've had more interaction with this particular consultant. Should we turf them or start over again, or we think we can recover and recoup and get something?
And I think just what I'd like to stress on that is, you know, this is really important. It's a whole generation that it's going to. So getting it right is more important than the lost time or cost of
Already
incurred.
Are we confident that they can change this significantly to more reflect what we need, or do we just?
I think that is where that conversation you need to have, whether you feel comfortable or not, it is your decision. I know there's a lot of in-depth stuff that is a lot more complicated than sometimes that's not always going to meet all the expectations and needs, but I think you need to have that conversation because this is not an easy thing because you have a shoreline.
So personally, I don't, other than the couple of interactions, and I don't know how long this was going on before I got on council. Personally, I don't feel that they are hearing or incorporating what we are asking. And the amount of time that they have given us in face-to-face time has not been adequate for me to say yes to a 20-year agreement. So one, at minimum, I do want that face-to-face.
Yeah, let's start.
And I do want them to be accountable to why we cannot incorporate in what we want. I feel out of this that they are more concerned about the environmental part of the lake than the balance of the environmental and the recreation. I agree, environmental, absolutely. There are areas that are sensitive and there are areas around this lake that absolutely need to stay as environmental reserve. But I think that's where the Red Deer Watershed Alliance comes in, where there's no villages, everything else. But as a village, we have a responsibility to our ratepayers to ensure that access to that lake.
And use of.
Use of that lake through our little piece that we have.
Particularly when we got the feedback from Alberta Environment in that walkthrough that our approach seems reasonable.
Yes.
So I don't see why we would not present that in our shoreline management plan. And if the Alberta Environment comes back and says, well, we want you to do a little step back in that
Yeah,
direction.
there's still room for negotiation and say, okay, you guys want this, that's not on. And there still is that, but to present this, it's like.
We're acquiescing to
Yeah,
the
before we even have the
environmental.
discussion.
Yeah,
And that's why I'm saying, have your face-to-face.
So
You schedule, say you want me to set up the meeting, which I've already started.
and I don't want it during a regular council.
No, this is going to be a committee meeting to review the draft plan document and provide the feedback and have those direct discussions, and they will be here on site.
And they need to know that we're not happy with this.
I've relayed to
Yeah,
them that
okay.
they already understand and there's that balance, and maybe they need to communicate that better, cause they know all this legislation way more than I do.
And we have the option of turfing them at that
Yeah,
meeting,
and,
if we're not happy with
and,
it.
you know,
Yeah.
to be honest, I was very disappointed that the last draft came out, you know, the day of the meeting from
Yeah.
them. Didn't have a chance to review it. And then after I reviewed it, it's like, the delegation at the last meeting had no value at all because
Cause
they
we didn't have the background.
right, and so I am uncomfortable with them incurring hours right now, maybe working on this draft before we have this meeting, so.
No,
I think what I would ask is tell them, we'll set up this meeting, tell them to, you know, not put further hours time to this until this meeting.
Okay.
And I would like to see a summary of all the costs we paid on this project to date.
Yeah, we can pull that, that's easy.
Yeah. and how much of the budget is spent?
Actually, we kinda did that, it's in the capital.
Yeah, it is. It
But
is.
that's the go forward, I
Yeah.
think, like they've been working on this for 2-3 years,
Not
Like-
MPS, no,
cause they did
Yeah, so
they
we
did
the
the,
environmental stuff first,
Yeah,
that was DPP.
and then,
like,
Yeah, they're-
didn't the same group, the ones that did the aquatic,
No, that's
no,
DPP.
that was
DPP.
oh, that was a different firm, okay.
well, they're coinciding with each other, but they all build, this all comes as part of the big project.
Okay, so the thing that came out like a year ago or so, when I talked about all the different.
That was just
studies
the
and stuff.
environmental,
And that was somebody else.
that was who they contracted as part of this CP.
Oh,
So
they
it was
contract-
part-
okay,
Yes.
okay, well, I'd like to see the summary of everything.
of what
like that,
they've expended so far.
Yep,
including what they subcontract.
Okay, do we need a motion?
I would like a motion to have administration schedule a committee meeting to review with the consultants on the shoreline management draft.
I will make that motion.
All in favor? Passed. Okay, we wanna take a little break,
Yes, please.
Sure.
okay,
For
5,
15
10-minute recess.
10 minutes, okay.
Can I run to the bathroom first?
Yeah. There you go, Dan. Back
Okay, so we're back
at 12:23.
12:23. And we're gonna deal with the two additional items. One was dust control. I guess mostly we want an update on what are we doing? Do we still have time for the deadlines? And what's the recommendation put forward to which roads? What's our update?
Okay, I had put it into your capital. Dust control, what we had thought we would do was if we did the main one,
Township Road.
Township Road coming in, and did the
Low Road.
yeah,
And Jennifer.
and Jennifer. So last year we did from the corner
Yeah,
all the way Buffalo Road.
to
And
the
then,
end of
and then
Buffalo
we
Road.
did Jennifer Drive. Those were what we did
So
last.
we didn't do Mackenzie, Lakeview, or
No.
Front, or
Oh.
any of the smaller ones.
No, and when you start adding that one cost us 16,000 just for that. Now, if you add on that road there,
The Township Road.
only within our boundaries,
Oh, that to hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
only within our boundaries, we added that on, and that would take us to, with the prices this year, 30,000.
So do we feel that the Mackenzie and Jennifer need a reapplication this year?
Those are the ones that we received. the
Not
complaints.
Mackenzie. Oh.
Or
No,
sorry,
just Jennifer and Buffalo.
Buffalo and Jennifer, I should have said.
Yeah. Well, they are your main access points, right?
But are they, I know 40-4.
That
right?
one, yeah.
Absolutely needs to be done.
Yeah.
Does Jennifer and Buffalo need to be done?
People do the speed limit, it's not terrible.
They do the speed limit for the most part on Buffalo.
Yeah.
Jennifer tends to get a little bit speedier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just wanting to know the logic of,
Your call.
It is your call, because it's difficult for us
Yeah.
to.
So what's the time frame?
You can do this right up to the end of June, that's what we did last year.
but you
when
have
they
to
approved-
order it now or you don't get on the list.
Yeah, we
There's a
ordered.
deadline, right?
No, there's no deadline.
There's no deadline for booking dust abatement?
No, it's, you fit into the schedule of,
As
and
long, and it's the,
last year we did it about this time, we made the call,
I
no, even later.
I thought we had it done before Canada Day long weekend, like
We did, we
Yeah.
had it done by the end of
It's
June.
like the week coming up, I think, is
Yeah.
when we did it.
And then there's other factors, cause you gotta grade, you gotta do, if we don't
Okay.
get any moisture, we will have.
Like
We
on
got
40
lucky
dash,
last year. we
40
got
dash
get a
4,
rain.
you're gonna have to pull up all those
And
speed control
we knew
things.
that.
Yeah,
And then
we knew
regrade.
that,
Okay.
yeah, we knew that would
We
have to
need to
happen,
put them out because,
if we didn't put them out. it
It's
was
long
worse.
weekend, yeah.
well, 40-4 is a no-brainer. I don't think we cannot not do it. I think it's required.
It is required.
Okay,
yeah.
so,
Even doing 30, you're,
yeah, even
Kick it up,
30
dust.
kilometers an hour, which people don't tend to do.
I know, I
except
reduced
it's-
down.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think we're doing
Yeah.
as best, that's the best practices thing. But now we gotta look at, do we do Jennifer from the water station to and around Jennifer? Do we do from the water station to Buffalo?
Yeah, I think that's just a call, because it doesn't, how you look at it, it's somewhere gonna cost you up to 30,000. We know that doing the two last year was 16, but the costs were all different
Yeah,
last year.
yeah.
I don't know that you need to do the Buffalo. I think Jennifer may need it,
I would agree with that.
but I don't know that you need to do Buffalo this year. If you just did it last year.
So maybe limited 40-4
And
and
Jennifer.
Jennifer this year. and-
Jennifer down to where? To Destiny?
Up to,
up to the
For
end.
for the corner,
the Mackenzie and.
Yeah, we also took it to the end, but we don't have to.
I don't
It's
think we
your
have
call.
to do the corner.
Okay,
I think we take it
I think we
to
took it to
Destiny.
corner last year.
Yeah, we took it to this corner last year. And we brought it all the way, and then we went here, and we went all the way to here.
Yeah, I would say from the four-way stop on Buffalo, we do not need to do.
So from here to
To there,
there,
you
you don't do it?
No, sorry, no. no.
Okay, that's what I'm
From the
asking.
four-way on, from that four-way down Buffalo, we don't do.
Okay,
But I think we do need, this one is fairly dusty.
yeah,
I think we need to do, Buffalo Road to the four-way stop,
okay,
Jennifer Drive to Destiny.
to Destiny, okay. And not go all the way here.
I don't think we need to.
Okay, and then do
And
from
do the whole
here.
of gate to
to
gate,
here.
basically.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
So we're
what I
looking at
reckon.
roughly a 30,000 cost, and I did.
Well, a little less because we
Little
don't
less,
have
yeah.
Buffalo,
It'll be a little less, but roughly we just.
which
we
is
did budget.
within budget.
It's in your budget.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation. And
Jennifer was to where? Or did you-
Jennifer to Destiny.
Destiny.
Jennifer to Destiny.
Just so it basically covers in.
Yeah, I'm just writing it down.
Would you, are we all in agreement on that? All? You
Yeah, I'm in
approved
agreement
that
with that,
area
yeah.
and.
Yeah.
That's what I think are the. Okay,
Yeah, like we could always do more, but
let's
I'm
start with
liking
that.
doing this. And I know when we did this, we talked about its potential to last for multi-years. So on Buffalo, we can evaluate how well it lasts through the
Yeah,
second
and
season.
it's difficult to say now because we haven't had the moisture to reactivate the stuff that was.
That is where my concern comes in.
But on the ones we've just identified, it doesn't matter, we're gonna get,
Well, you need it anyway.
you need it regardless.
Yeah.
The other ones, I think the material will be reactivated when you get.
Even from the 40-4 to the four-way stop, if you've got the moisture, I think that would be reactivated, but it's also a very busy
Yes, it's
very,
heavily used.
Yeah.
yeah, so I think, yeah, okay.
Okay,
Should we be doing any other, like, straight watering dust control on these then, if these things need a little bit of moisture to activate it?
do we have the watering equipment?
No, we don't. We'd have to hire a contractor. That's why.
We have to
when we
hire
do-
a water truck to reactivate in the.
And that's why with this budget number of 30,000, like, even though we've reduced, that's still gonna leave us room for the grader. And if we have to have a water truck to add the moisture first before the product goes down.
Oh,
Okay.
It's always a lot more complicated than just what everybody thinks. So just come and apply dust control. Well, usually there's grading. And then you, depending on, I've seen, they will have a water truck so that it helps for the activation of it quite as soon as they put it on, right?
well, would the current, or would the recent grading suffice, or do we have to still grade it again?
You're gonna have to grade
Grade
it again.
We're gonna assess with them. The contractor always
Okay.
comes out and he'll tell us exactly.
There's already washboard,
Yeah.
with that full grade, basically all they did was just fill in,
Major ones.
yeah, they just filled in the washboard with gravel but the washboard was still there, so they didn't go down far enough.
Unfortunately, that washboard's developing everywhere with the equipment and stuff that's going down our roads.
Well, and the dryness.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then the wet. Okay, so do we need a motion or anything we've given our input.
You've given the input for the dust control on where it will be applied. I would just do it that part as a motion of these are the areas we would recommend for
Okay.
dust control.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Based on policy.
So moved.
Fiona's making that,
3.2.
all in favor? Okay. Hours of operation. I know we've got the survey out there and you're going to address some of that in your. I think we need to, I am going to push that and I think we need to push it. I haven't gotten the official results, but I think that that's important for Summer Village to be open on, at bare minimum, Monday to Friday, including Friday and including Monday. And, I don't know, I guess I'd just like to open that up for discussion. I know we had, again, it was with the gates on Friday and it was resolved, but it would have been easier to get resolved if their office would have been open and the person would have come in here and addressed it rather than, I won't use the word attacking, but definitely challenging our maintenance people. I think that it would have been
Did
better
that
to
come
have.
down to an individual's actions other than, cause once I got the email, I was already dealing with it.
Yeah,
Regardless of what happens, regardless of what happened on this weekend, I think that's an example, but that's it.
Yeah.
Our population is largely weekend related. And so I would like to see the office being open on Friday. Does it mean both of you have to be here 5 days a week? No. It means,
you have to have some overlap.
can you switch? Can one do 2 Fridays a month and the other one do the other 2 Fridays a month? That's fine. I don't care how you do it, but, and if someone is ill on that Friday, well, guess what? There is a sign that will go up that Friday that somebody is
And
ill.
that's a
And that's-
legitimate reason.
And that's absolutely fine. But for the main part of this, I believe that we do need to be open on Friday. I was a little upset at that survey, one, because it was a council direction that we wanted to be open 5 days a week, and I thought, why are you doing a survey when council has directed you to be open 5 days a week? But that was me.
Yeah, I agree with that. I felt similar. I think we've been pushing this and getting some resistance, and I think the pushing is done and the resistance is done, and we want to see it open 5 days a week at bare minimum for the summer months. At bare minimum. And you need to come up, or we need to come up, administration needs to come up with a plan that provides Monday to Friday, the hours of operation. This office needs to be open. Paul?
Nothing to add to it, that's good.
Okay, so that's, I'll make that motion. That we have hours of operation Monday to Friday. Do we want to start with the summer months or do we need it, do we want it year round?
May 1st to September 30th.
Okay. And we want to see a plan implemented post haste of how that's going to be accomplished before the next council meeting.
Why don't you just put it as starting June 1st?
Starting, that's a good recommendation. Starting June 1st.
Well, yeah,
Starting
but
June 1st.
How it affects the budgets, we'll deal with it as we go, because it
Well-
could affect the budgets, I don't have a clue.
Well, we
why would it?
believe it wouldn't.
Why would it? If you normally, both of you normally take Friday off, right? And if at some point in time, now you're going to take a Monday off instead of a Friday, it shouldn't affect you're still putting in the same number of hours.
Well, I think we're gonna look at what all the requests for that came in, because there's different levels of what Aaron deals with, different levels of what I deal with, because if Aaron's here, then there's different
Sure.
levels of. what-
But at least someone's here.
At least
That they can
someone's here.
take the
Yeah.
concerns forward and if Erin's here on a Friday and she needs to, she can get your opinion if,
Or-
vice versa.
Or it
If,
can happen on the Monday.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody.
but at least there's somebody there for the public to interact with and possibly solve their situation or take their situation forward.
So our expectation is that this would not be increasing
No.
your hours of work.
No.
Certainly, I mean, it will impact some things. Council meetings on a Monday might say, okay, we need to change that, or, you know, we can certainly go and discuss how we might need to adapt things.
Council meetings,
Because
you're opening Monday through Friday.
Well, but if
you got
we
two
wanted
here.
yeah, if only one of you is working on
Yes.
Mondays, maybe we make recommendations, switch away
Just,
from the Mondays.
Tuesday or something.
You know, we can certainly look and see and discuss,
It-
how
it's-
to manage impacts of it.
It's really up to you. We're giving you a direction to open, to not increase the budget by any significance, and to have both of you available for council meetings. And if we have to change that to a Tuesday, then we'll change it to a Tuesday or whatever. My thoughts would be that, yes, you have both of you here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and you have one person in the office on a Monday and the other person in the office on a Friday, and that does not change your hours, chargeable hours.
I can look at how we could change and restructure where we've got a 5-day coverage. How the hours look, I'm not sure yet. But if we go for a full operation 9 to 5 or 9 to 4, then it is a higher level service level, and I'm gonna look at it in different aspects of it. Most summer villages don't do, they do a 3 to 4, and they're most of the time out of the office and just doing exactly what I am.
But we want this, and I think
Yeah.
the community wants and deserves this level, so that's our direction.
Yeah,
So I'm seeing whether maybe we can, I
Anyway.
just wanna look at it where,
I don't
a full
understand
day.
where you think the hours are going to change.
We could also look at, I mean, I'm personally open to a discussion on how we can make it work, like maybe a Friday is a noon to 4 hours or something like that. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe.
like, it does affect things, we will figure something out, like noon to 4. And Aaron's not always gonna be available, now summer is different because kids aren't in, but then they've got other activities, so. Either way. We're gonna be here, and there's some things that aren't gonna be operational that Erin can do because she looks after there's 2 of us, we divided and we
Yep.
do as much as we can.
And
Absolutely.
Tuesday to Thursday, that's the way it would work. On Fridays and Mondays, it may be a skeleton crew, but the office is open, somebody can come in and have a concern or a comment.
And
They
maybe
need a
if,
face.
And it maybe doesn't get dealt with until Monday.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of Aaron says, okay, that's operational. Or, you know, I'm gonna say that to the person, I can't deal with that directly,
No,
but
no, no.
I will
Yeah.
let Melissa know and it'll be dealt with on Monday. The person has a resolution, they have a timeline, it's,
And they've talked to a real person.
yeah.
so we'll come up with some solutions, like, it's never a full guarantee, there will be some additional costs, I don't know. Because of not always I'm gonna be available, there are things that I've got scheduled and Erin's got things that she's scheduled for, or holidays and stuff, and I'm just gonna fill in. It's the way it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, do we need a resolution or anything?
Yeah,
A
you-
motion?
Yeah, it's a service level increase, so
A
yes.
motion to have, the service level increased from, 4 days a week to 5 days a week. Again, I said, without any significant, cost implications, because I don't think there should be. And, for the summer months from May 1st to September 31st. 30th.
We're past May 1st, I thought we said.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, why don't we, this, the
Oh,
Like-
sorry, from,
Right.
but
Bashla did a pilot, so why don't we do a pilot?
this summer, sure,
Pilot
Starting
starting
June
June 1st.
yeah.
To,
But with
September
anticipate, like, normal, if this is successful, we wanna go from May 1st is, moving forward.
yeah,
But
Because
do
that's-
The pilot,
that's what they did in Bashla, they did a pilot.
Yep.
And they reduced to 4 days.
and we're a summer village that needs 5, so let's, okay, I'll make that motion, you good with it?
Yeah.
And all in favor? Okay. That was it for new business. Paul, I think you're up.
All right,
Over your.
quick for me this month, so County Settler Housing Authority.
Paul's up first, Mayor's up first.
Oh, am I at first?
You're
Sorry.
verbal.
My verbal first.
you're
Okay, I just
verbal.
saw Paul's here. I'll go first then. I had the
Yeah,
Swama.
now I got all
Yeah,
excited.
yeah.
Sorry, Paul.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You got demoted at 8.3.
We could have gone with you. I don't
He likes
care.
throwing you right in there.
Okay, I had a SWAMA meeting, the waste management. And we had our financial audit. We were very solid. The manager's report, there is some security issues on some of the electronics.
Like
Being
the ones in the,
the one mostly in Stettler.
okay.
And it's locked, and they keep busting locks, and they cut off the anti-theft mechanisms, and anyway, and that is pretty much, I have heard that in almost every jurisdiction. So there is some problems with security on the electronics, and it is a requirement that they have them locked up for privacy reasons and such, with people's computers and that. So they're working through that, and they're increasing the security as best they can. Also, there was a significant amount of cardboard being burnt in the burn pile. And that is, again, because EPR isn't necessarily accommodating the volume of cardboard. And it literally, I've got pictures, and there's like half the burn pile's cardboard. And that is the only jurisdiction in Alberta that even allows that. So they were strongly encouraged to find ways to, reduce the cardboard being burnt. And then that was FAMA report out. I had some requests for feedback on the dog again. The dog. Did we ever get any resolution on that?
Just the fine, and that's, went through the court system, they've been fined,
Okay.
and yeah, we're just waiting to see.
And then I think I addressed the rest of mine. I did have a discussion with the resident about fully maintaining all of both Lakeview and Buffalo Lake Road. Apparently, the little spurs at the end of Buffalo and the little spur at the end of Lakeview are not being maintained. And we had this with snow in the winter. Now their problem is that we haven't graded it right to the end of Lakeview Avenue. We've graded it to the last driveway. So we need to go right to the end. And I did talk to Al, because I was questioning him, like, that wasn't my understanding. And he said it is on the maintenance schedule to do the right to the end. And so that is, and it really affects one resident on each of those two spurs.
Yeah, because it should go to the end of that one property, and that's it.
Correct, and it does not. It goes to the beginning of that one property.
Okay,
And you can see grass is overgrown and all of that. It's so just a little bit, it's not much, but it was mentioned, and so
Okay.
I think we need to make sure that we're addressing that.
yeah, so.
That's that little one right
If
there.
it was going to here, it wasn't going back.
That's correct, 100% correct. Yep.
We were doing our snow storage in here.
Yeah, and but it does go
But it
past,
needs to
the
be
snow
cleaned.
storage is past that driveway,
Yeah,
and the grading needs to be past that driveway.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that was hard to do. I think that was reasonable. And I think everything else is, will be either addressed in your report or it has been addressed already. That was my updates. Now, Leona's number 2.
Okay, May 7th, Shirley McClellan, had a special meeting. That special meeting was to approve the debentures for the last phases that have been completed. Also, within the grant applications, truck fills were not part of the original grant applications. So they asked for variances. They did get variances within the grant applications. So there will be truck fill stations that are built at Rosalind and at Fall. And it will all be within that 90-10 funding. So that's all good, and the variances for the completion of the Denalda project have also been approved, so that's all within the current structure. There has been a change with how the province is sending out their grant funds. It used to be they would send them out all at once, and then Shirley McClellan would just hang on to the money and use it as they need it, and they're not doing that anymore. So we had to pass an operating borrowing bylaw, and included in that we had to go up to a percentage interest rate. So we approved up to a 20% interest rate on those. So that's all there. So other than that, I will talk about the upcoming meetings from there. May 12th, I had the Hall Society meeting. They just went through their events, which is posted on their website, which they need to get through to you guys as to who's doing what. And we looked at the bylaws and the recreation, and that was all discussed earlier. May 14th, I went to the County of Stettler Housing Authority for Paul. He wasn't able to attend. So you're very welcome. And it was mostly about the financial statements. I did send you the annotated. So when Gitzel presented the financial statement, she had an annotated copy, and that annotated copy gave all of the little details about what the reserves were, what the cash funding was, and all that kind of stuff. So I asked for a copy of that, sent it to Paul so that he's got that information. My question to you is, do you need me to send you the minutes and the financial statements for inclusion in on our packages?
And this is from which meeting?
County of Stettler
Senior
Housing
housing.
Authority, senior housing. Because I can forward it to you, I just didn't want it showing up in our packages if we don't need it.
I don't think it's necessarily
Okay.
that is theirs, and they probably post their audited financial statements anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Public, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So then we're good. Unfortunately, their financial statements were issued with qualifications. They did not do their vacation accruals in 2024. So 2024 financials were understated and 2025 financials were overstated because they paid their 2024 vacation accruals in 2025. They also have no asset retirement obligations in their financial statements listed, and that results in a qualification. And their reserves are not fully funded. They're short by about $70,000. So those are things that were qualifications in the auditor's report. Their deficit in 2025 was very high due to their budgets were prepared based on 100% occupancy, not on actual occupancy. And in the years that in 2025, they were only at about 70%. So that threw everything off. They didn't have the revenue to offset the expenditures. And then there was some other issues that they had to deal with. So they are now their budgets have changed. I think they're budgeting on based on about 80% occupancy. And they're at 95% now, so they're quite happy with that. And they're doing some changes, so the oversights are not happening anymore.
But they have, changed out their management in the
Right.
last year.
Right.
Yeah.
Um,
They've been hard on some things that were related
Yeah.
to that.
yeah. At the provincial level, social housing surplus grant money used to have to be refunded to the province. They now have permission that they can put that into a deferred reserve for you, so that's all good. All other reserves that are within their financial statements are the same as ours. They can be reallocated.
Yeah.
So that's something that they've now clarified. Mayor, the Housing Authority will be scheduling special breakfasts with the residents, and each member community will be asked to attend those special breakfasts. It will be at all 3 lodges. You don't have to go to all 3, but they will ask, and it can be Paul or Dan or me. It will always be on a Wednesday between 7:30 and 8:30. So they'll send out, Paul, you can get a schedule from them, and then we'll know when White Sands needs to be at Paragon or Willow Creek or whatever for breakfast. Board contact, they're asking that you only contact Chris, not Amanda, and Amanda is taking a little bit of a leave. They did approve an 18-passenger van for $35,000. This is to take the residents to community events. So if they want to take a whole bunch of residents out to bowling, or they want to take them out to Erskine to the pancake breakfast or whatever, and it will only be used by the residents of the 3 lodges. It takes 18 people, and there are 4 wheelchair spaces. It will have no impact on the handy bus, and they already have a driver, and insurance is only $770 a year. And the residents will pay a $5 fee, and they will then also be looking for sponsorship to slap on the side of the bus. They're looking to create a Friends of the Housing Authority now that they have their charitable status back, so that they can also solicit some donations. Yeah, so that was that meeting. Upcoming meetings for me, Parkland Library is May 21st in Lacombe. They require once a year an in-person meeting, so I will be traveling to Lacombe. Buffalo Lake Management will be on July 6th, and it also will be travel because it's down at the pump house again. Hall Society is June 9th and July 2nd. Shirley McClellan Water. Next meeting is June 25th, but there will also be a special luncheon at the Stettler Reservoir, just outside, just down by past the gun club. There will be a special luncheon there to commemorate the completion of all the lines that were originally proposed when Shirley McClellan was created. Invitations will come in the mail or email or whatever, and that will be Friday, June 19th at 2 p.m. And there is a possibility to invite Lauren, because he was on that committee for a long time too. So it's that'll all come in the mail. Do you want this? A copy of this? Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want it back because I got all my dates on it, so we'll copy it. Anyway, there you go.
I'm just going to do this.
Okay. Any questions? Nope, we're good. Okay, Paul, this is yours.
All right,
Go, Paul.
short and sweet. Last County Stetley Housing Authority also covered was back in April. I think Leona covered much of the new updates. I guess what came out of the last one was last year they had to replace the roof at Paragon Place and the elevator at Willow Creek. they did not know at that time, they were hoping, they didn't know whether that would be covered by the Alberta government as extra funding, or whether those buildings are not owned by the housing authority, they're owned by the Alberta government, so it was unsure whether that would come out of the operating budget or not. Alberta government has covered the cost for that, so that is good. Vacancies, as Leona mentioned, are down substantially, which is very good that we're running at fuller vacancies. It's been empty largely since COVID, and emptier. And then there's another upcoming meeting next week, which, see how much, or this week, I guess it is. Which they may not have as much to cover. It sounds like they covered some other things in the special meeting last week as well. On the ambulance association, some good news on that. So I brought last month that there were some concerns around this renegotiations that are coming up with the contract. Alberta government has indicated that they are willing to engage in a sole source renegotiation with the District Ambulance Association. So that is very good news, that we'll have the opportunity to do this as a sole source renegotiation, not as a competitive bidding. And that is a real testament to the performance that the association has had, that the government is willing to do this. So I think the way it's going to happen, because the current contract expires this year, is they'll enter into a 1-year extension with the province, and then be working on renegotiation of a new one, which would be anticipated to be a 5-year contract with a 5-year renewal option built in. So it'll give some.
When's your union
Sure.
contract up?
Pardon?
When's your union contract up?
You see it this year or next year. So very good news on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Stability.
Yeah.
Okay,
Stability and continued service levels.
okay. And upcoming meetings, you've got, like you said, those are both.
Yeah, the one has already happened, and then
Okay.
the regular county meeting is this Thursday. I'll
Okay.
attend that remotely.
Motion to accept the 3 council as presented.
This motion.
I'll make the motion,
Okay.
and all in favor? Okay, CAO.
Okay, I've provided you a written report. So currently we're finalizing and preparing the municipality's application for the FCM Climate Ready Plans and Process Program, which is FCM, but the actual grant that we're applying for is a GMF.
Yep.
It's a Green Municipal Fund. And the application is intended to support the development of climate risk assessment adaptation plan to assist the municipality in becoming grant ready for future drainage, stormwater, flood, climate adaptation infrastructure projects that will be identified by council. So current work, we are finalizing all the submitting processes, going through the workbooks, coordinating all the technical information and supporting documentation with Aptis and EXP, so we have all the numbers, and identifying all the projects. So the work does not approve or construct projects at this stage.
Yeah.
So it establishes technical and planning foundation required before larger infrastructure funding applications can proceed. Future project priorities, budgeting decisions, and grant applications remain subject to council direction and approval. So then grant reporting, we've got everything completed and submitted for the MSIL GFF and the
Oh, but
CCBF.
just before you get, I want to make a point
on the grant funding and climate adaptation.
Yeah.
I like the fact, and I think you and I had quite a heated discussion, a good discussion on projects identified by council, and I'm happy to see that in here 2 or 3 times, because council doesn't want to just apply for a grant or a grant to complete a grant application without clearly stating, I mean, to me, it's simple. What are the 3 or 4 areas that we are at risk? And what can we do about it? And I kept, like, I wanted it to be that simple. We don't need an overall, assessment of the whole village that, you know, could be 100-year. We don't need, another, research project that's gonna sit on the shelf. We want a practical, these are the 3 or 4 areas, you better get them addressed, here's a way to do it. And I think that's now a little bit more identified as such. And I know
And
it's hard to fit those words in sometimes some of these grants because they want an overall, you know, climate change. But I think that this is more practical, or at least hopefully that's the direction that it's going.
And this is what I was trying, like, I think we were on the same page, but off the same page. But really, we have no choice. This is grant readiness. We have to do it if we want to even move anything else forward. And this does not approve or construct projects at this stage.
I understand that. Yeah.
So that was what I think, we were both communicating, but differently.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think we're on the same page now that, you know, it is as directed by.
We just didn't want another $500,000
No.
report that
Yeah.
for our capital.
I think from the way I understand on these things, they do, a lot of these grants do require you to do that first 30,000 foot thing of what are the big risks that we're after.
Yes.
And, you know, I think that there's middle ground, that's a good balance, because you're right, I don't think we need to go overboard on it. But what I had felt uneasy about with some of the stuff before is we were rushing right to the solutions. You know, we're gonna do this project on pond 3 or pond 4, and nowhere on there were we really defining what the risks are that we're mitigating.
Yeah.
So I think gotta kind of come at it with both and really understand what the risks are, and then yes, we'll
Here's what we
fix
can
it with
do.
these specific projects, or we can manage this risk, or we can manage it with, you know, having pumping equipment on standby, or whatever it might be.
As opposed to jumping into a solution.
And this, it's all playing a factor, but this is the thing, the hoops and hurdles we have.
That's good. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Grant reporting. You were.
So our statement of expenditures for all those grants that we do receive, got them all, hit the deadline, they're all in. I think there was just one question that we had to fix. Shoreline public lands review, we've kind of talked about that, so that's just another, just under the current bylaws. This also has to do with one of your items that we will deal with in your correspondence.
Okay.
Yeah, development, we have 8 development applications received to date.
So is that for building? Is that basically building permits is what it is, or is that for
Could
the
be
empty
building, could
lot?
be sewer, there's a lot, it combines a lot, we have.
But
20
it's not for the undeveloped
No.
land.
Some of them are,
Oh,
yes, some of them are applications that.
like
will-
for that big chunk of land that isn't,
Oh, that's
That's not-
subdivision.
that's the
Okay,
same.
yeah,
different.
this
Thank
is
you.
not dealing with that subdivision.
No, okay,
These
perfect.
are
They're
individual
just
lots.
Individual lot.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, thank you.
And then request for proposal updates, so we did the hall cleaning proposal, until the closing date, we received 2. Community event sign request, we've had 3 interested parties, we're just waiting for some submissions. Solid documents.
Okay, good.
The consultation, so that was 71 responses.
Okay.
RV permits, 7 permits approved to date, 46 invoices issued based on land use bylaw and trailers currently on site. Golf carts, 14 permits issued for the summer village, that'll have increased already. 7 permits issued with the county.
So just in case somebody's watching, those RV permits, I really, really, really want to stress that we are not making an arbitrary increase. We are simply returning to the rates that were there pre-COVID on those RV permits. Yeah, because that, I think, was part of the misunderstanding, is that we just were arbitrarily increasing for no reason whatsoever. No, we're just going back to what our rates originally were.
This will always be a contentious issue.
Yep, it will be, yep, but that's fine, I
As
just
long
wanted
as
to,
there's clarity.
yeah, I just wanted to.
And the golf permits, sorry.
So it's only a 3-year project, so this is their 2nd year, next year will be our last year, and then we'll see what the province decides.
So my question was, if somebody wanted to travel, they can't currently do that, but somebody wanted to travel from Roshan to White Sands in a golf cart, they cannot do it because there's a zone in there that's 60K and golf carts aren't allowed.
80K.
80K.
They're supposed to be changing, but
But right
That's
now,
right
as
now,
it sits,
they-
they cannot do that.
Yeah.
And if it does change and it's reduced and Stettler takes care of that section, they would still have to have a golf permit, golf
Yes.
cart permit for White Sands, a golf cart permit for Stettler, and a golf cart permit for Roshan, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Based on the legislation. that
Yeah,
they-
no, I'm just clarifying,
Yeah.
So it's
so
not even that something that we could work
No.
intravenously with partners.
at this point, no, it's not an option. But I just wanted to clarify that just because you have a Roshan doesn't mean you can use a golf cart, unlicensed golf cart. It has to be licensed by the community that
Now,
it sits
if,
in.
and after this 3-year pilot project, if there's issues that get presented to the province that they want it to go across the board, like UTV, ATVs, then jurisdictional lines would disappear if the province.
Yeah, yeah, this is the
Right.
part, so that, but as it stands right now, that's it.
yeah,
Okay,
that's what it is, yeah.
and only 6 crossing, docks and mooring.
Docks and mooring, we actually have 7.
No, we have 7.
And there's
Yeah.
more than 7 docks and moorings out there.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm saying it's just, people just have not registered that they need to have those permits, so.
There's a lot of different things that, yeah, we just go with right now, our policies are, everything's based on, we hope, honor. The people will,
Cause at this point in time, those crossing permits, do they have any enforcement attached to it?
No.
Yeah.
We don't enforce.
we don't enforce.
That's what I thought, okay.
Okay, meetings, yeah.
I had a Green Municipal Fund meeting we did on April 30th, as a focus group being 5th. And then I have a couple more this week, a meeting with WSP on site. And we're gonna be doing tax notices. I think there's one other meeting I have
Busy
scheduled.
week.
Yeah,
And then you have the bid letter in here, so I'll talk about that when we get there. Sorry.
Okay, all of your where my comments mostly are within the dashboard that you have.
That one's just the COO list, yeah.
The action list, okay.
Yeah, vegetation on 250909, vegetation cleanup bin, just a spelling error.
It's gonna be coming off now
It's
anyways.
coming off, it's completed.
Yeah.
Done.
Next
Okay.
meeting you won't see it.
I know. Moved by Councillor Thorogood, 251022, to send a letter to the Summer Village of Rosen Sands, County of Erskine. This is pending,
Yes.
and I'm wondering if this letter can be sent out sooner rather than later, because we want to be able to
Yes.
include
Mhm.
the Erskine School So I would like it to go out as soon as possible so that we can then send a letter to the school and see if the kids wanna be involved.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was my comment there. A boat launch.
25/11/22 is done, so that'll be. removed.
Yeah, 260107, Councillor Ashford to award the boat launch. What's the timing of that report? When are we gonna get that boat launch report?
I'm hoping to have it to the next month. I'm meeting with them on site this week and having a further discussion as we are down there.
So that's the WSP that you
Yeah.
named it, okay.
Okay,
And they have all your info of what you guys discussed and your expectations, so those are all the discussions we will have there. Looking for further details of when that boat launch was done. And from what I can dig up, it was done prior to the existence of the summer village being a single entity.
260429, that is for advocacy letters to be sent to the Minister of Transportation.
Working on it.
Oh, it hasn't been sent yet?
No,
We've
Okay,
got a lot on our plate.
I think Dan should draft it and send it to you guys, and then we'll put it on a cover letter.
I kind of did get a draft finally created at the end of last week, but I'm also in the middle of the grant stuff too, so I'm kind of just juggling.
okay, because I was hoping that that would have been sent off, and then if we don't receive a response by June, then Dan can contact
yeah,
the
because
minister
they'll
or
be
whatever.
taking a summer break here soon.
Yeah.
If you're not on top of it, and we might already be sitting on the side of their desk, but.
Yeah.
Sooner is better.
Okay, those were just my comments in the
Okay,
dashboard.
okay, Paul, anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I think, yeah, I'm good. Okay, motion to accept CAO report. Yeah. only
I
got- All in favor, yeah. Okay, bank financials. No,
I'm all good with this. The only thing is we still have, and it could be because we haven't passed the bylaws.
No, we
oh,
just haven't
the-
had time to get it all.
Oh,
For the reserves, haven't had time yet.
That's on our.
yeah,
Lori and I are going through because at the end of like the financial statements, I get a bunch of journal entries to do.
So we're
So
working-
now they're throwing off my numbers right now for
Okay.
my audit binder. And then she knows how to, her and I briefly had touched, because we have reserve numbers already. We're gonna reuse some of them, but then there's other ones we're gonna add, and I'm not very good at the last numbers, how she knows it's a.
We're building it in her program.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that it's easier to follow and it's consistent.
and
Yeah, it's
spit
just-
out consistency.
it's just on this statement,
Yeah.
I just want rather than the general public seeing general reserve unrestricted of 549, I just would like them.
They will be broken out.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
It's on the radar.
I'm understanding that there is a time
Yeah.
constraint, but yeah, it'll
Just
just come.
moving forward,
Yes,
we will start to see that.
yes.
Yeah. It's just that everything's been passed and we've been
Yeah.
pushing it.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments, Paul, on financials and?
I think I'd just say, is there anything that you'd like to highlight? Otherwise, I think, we're just cruising along, got the budget set, we'll do the
Yeah.
finalized capital budget, and so I think.
And you'll move out of a deficit once we start getting.
The new-
Yeah,
yeah.
budgets go out and everything, so.
And as you see your first variance there showing your budget and everything, it's all in there now.
Yeah, see that?
Good. Okay, motion to accept,
I'll make
10.1 and 10.2.
Yep.
Thank you.
Paul made that, all in favor? Okay, moving to request for decision
No.
on.
You need to pass your 3-year operating and your
Yes,
5-year
that's-
capital.
that's what I was going.
My Where's my 3-year operating?
Should be right.
10.3,
Yes,
You have,
10.3, page 111.
because we did our first legislative requirement, which was the 2026 operating budget. On top of that, you must now do the 3-year forecast.
Okay,
And all we did was say, based it on what you approved this year, and we just forecasted the 3 years.
of 2%.
Up 2% increase.
Yes.
Yep,
okay, any discussion on that? I think we've gotten that one pretty clear.
I'll
Okay.
make that motion to
All in
approve.
favor?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. Next one done.
and 5-year. No, that
Cap,
was,
that's this capital budget.
that's capital. Okay, 5-year capital budget,
I do have a comment on that one.
okay.
So I took everything you guys fed to me and I tried to put it directly into here. The only one that I'm still is the dust control. So other than that.
Got it in
everything
there,
fits.
$30,000 every year, so.
Yeah, do you want to keep it that way or did you want?
Yep.
Okay,
I think we do, yeah.
okay.
So my comments are, first of all, I have thought, so you have the installation of a sheltered gathering area patio in 2026, and you have the building shelter at Jack's Pond in 2027. I thought that was reversed. Jack's Pond was gonna happen in
Yes.
2026, and the sheltered gathering and patio area is 2027.
It is. It should be, I should say.
Okay.
Jack.
I'm
I know
looking
where-
for-
Numbers are, it's on this
Yeah.
sheet.
That's where I'm looking.
It's
My
halfway
eyes,
down.
Halfway down.
And it should just be reversed.
Unity Hall extension.
2027. Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't change the numbers, it just changes the
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I lied to the Hall Society. I told them that the 30,000 was approved for this year.
No, it is approved for this year.
Okay,
Okay,
so
Goes
we've
to the-
reversed Jack's Pond to 2026 and jumped, which is the one?
the one right above it
Yeah.
is the
Community
instant-
Hall extension. Got
Yeah,
it.
so that's the patio, that's on the other side.
That goes to 2027.
Yeah.
Right, so of interest, the Hall Society is looking for members for a fundraising committee. And the reason why they were doing the fundraising committee is because they wanted to fundraise for these types of improvements.
Perfect.
So if they do get funding, awesome.
It may help
Yeah.
some of that.
And then my other question is right above that, complete new shop bays with concrete insulation heating. What was the result of the shop tour after the last council meeting?
The shop tour was basically a very strong and definitive answer that it is not needed.
So then are we changing this budget?
I think we could defer that. I would push it. First of all, Paul, do you concur?
Yeah, it was something that is not needed at this point in time
Yes.
anyways, and
Okay.
we could adapt and adjust to the current state of it.
So
Yeah.
you could take it out of 2026 and push it to 2027 and,
Yep.
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
2028.
We do not need that in the 2026 budget.
Okay.
Was the recommendation.
So move it forward to.
Yep. I mean,
27 and 28.
eventually it may need to
27,
be done.
28.
It's just not necessary.
Okay, that was my only
Okay.
concern there. And yeah, which streets receive dust control, and we've
We
already
just
addressed
did
that.
Gone
Yeah.
through that.
Yeah, so that was good. Did I have anything else?
The outboard, I did have a comment on that, and the comment is that until we get some water levels up, the boat's not going out to set buoys anyway.
No.
Well, I don't disagree and that's why it moved to
So that's why I thought
2027.
moved, And I saw, okay, yeah, that makes, in fact, it may be even further, I would probably, he knows what Mother Nature's going to do, but
Yeah,
And you can get that next year.
yeah.
we can look at it next year
Yeah,
and
if
push it
it's
back.
within 2027 to
It's been
twenty
bumped a
thirty,
few
I
years.
mean, it's.
Yeah,
fine.
everything's subject to adjustment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the rest of it I thought was pretty good too, so,
So based on those two,
yeah, flip them,
Three, yeah, the two
Three.
flip and then we're deferring the shop.
and the
One,
shop
two,
is
two,
pushed back.
It's
out.
708 or
Just-
27, 28.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're approving it as amended for those two
So
things?
in here, you had a question earlier about the changes to the.
Yes, and
Is
there's
that,
25 in there,
is that in, old
That's the
shop
20.
conversion
Yeah.
and code change, yeah.
Yeah.
You saw, okay.
and
perfect.
we're comfortable with that. We haven't had, what kind of feedback did we get from the general contractors that did look at it? Are we in the ballpark?
it's roughly there, could be a bit higher. Here's what
Could be a
it
bit
is.
lower too.
Yeah,
Okay, done. That's good. I thought
Like,
that
it's
was
close,
probably
but there's-
reasonable.
there's never, these are all estimates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm good with that.
yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, so yes, a motion to approve, with changes as
Amended?
suggested, as
Yeah.
amended.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, all in favor? Yeah. Good,
now we
Moving-
can proceed with everything and just take everything we can out of grants and
Yeah.
whatever
You
we can
need-
take out of grants, we'll have.
So that's your 5-year capital budget
That
we just
was-
approved, yes.
Yes,
That's the last for financials.
and then which, sorry?
You going, that's the last of financials,
Yes.
that's going to correspond.
Okay, so correspondence, we got some correspondence regarding the CCAN. That showed up on the fire lane.
Really?
And
What?
isn't that what this one is?
It's
No.
not fire lane, it's in MR.
The
The-
residents request, they, oh, this.
No, this was the one that was identified as. What
I
is
don't know
that?
what you wanna call it, fire lane.
But it was this building
whatever.
that showed up there, and we
Okay.
went, what is that?
Okay, but that's
And
what
then
it
now they're
corresponded.
requesting it after the fact.
Oh, this is it
That's,
now.
I'm sorry, that's my understanding of it, is that accurate?
Is it, this the same one?
Wasn't this the one that we got the pictures of, the blue metal building?
No,
And someone said, what is that? And sent pictures to us?
no, not that one. This one is,
I don't know,
residential
So-
sent
let's,
pictures.
Yeah,
let's be
And-
honest, a resident sent in pictures, we did some investigation.
Yeah, and said, what is that?
Yeah, we told
And
them.
we found it, and this
Okay.
is the.
Oh, sorry, yes, yes.
This is the letter of the request coming back on what we,
Found.
So this
Yeah.
is, this is the same thing,
Yes,
the
Yeah.
same property.
that's what I was trying to
That's-
identify.
yeah,
Okay,
so
This is
this
the
is,
same
so
one.
this is, it hasn't been constructed yet, but the materials have been
Put
hauled
there.
in there to build this
Something.
structure on MR.
Correct,
Or
which is,
ER,
we don't know.
it's, well, it's within where the docks are being stored, so it's on municipal reserve and it. Kind of on the trail, I don't know,
Yeah,
I didn't go down
well,
physically
this, so
myself.
this is a request.
it's off the beach in a cleared area of
Correct.
trees.
Correct.
That has been, I believe, yeah,
It's already.
Still on MR.
yes,
So according to your bylaws, you have two that they need written, we have to do a written request to council. Put something on the MR.
So you have a public lands bylaw, which states they must have permission, and it's also in your land use bylaw that. Nothing can be constructed or kept unless you have permission. So this
Okay,
is the written
discussion?
request.
okay. I have concerns on this. I don't like that this is a request after the fact. They even say things like won't be any trees cleared on it. You know, I think this is in a big area of trees that this landowner has, or this resident has cleared. And I think approving something like this would set, a precedent for allowing this kind of stuff, this all over
Everybody.
the beach. And I think it's excessive. I do not support this.
Leona?
Having areas where you are storing your dock and storing your boat lift is to me a whole different ballgame because it's temporary storage. It's winter storage only, and it is just to access the lake after they get the crossing permits and everything else. This is to approve construction on the MR, and I think you are opening up a whole can of worms if you start approving construction on the MR. You're gonna have everybody up and down all the lakefront properties wanting to
They're
build.
gonna all want a boathouse.
They're gonna all want a
Yeah.
boathouse.
And
or
off lakefront people too would want
Our
to have their
storage.
place, yeah.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Sure, then they don't have to haul it down each time.
And I
I
just,
think you're gonna get them everywhere. Like, and I don't
I
know
think
why
there's
you would create an
I'm
exception.
already down there.
I think this is where, like, it is a good discussion you're having.
I would say if there's existing ones down there, then we should be reviewing those ones as well.
Yep.
And issuing notices that
They should
they
be.
should be moved back to their own properties.
we can't, we just went through the tree policies and we had a lot of discussion about clearing areas. This is an example of the sort of thing that we're trying to get on top of. I think that a substantial area has been cleared here previously.
We don't know by who.
Yeah, don't know
to be fair.
about who, but now to put this structure there, yeah, I think the answer is no. And if the answer is other people are doing it, then perhaps we should be looking at those ones too.
I think we're all in agreement. So.
So I would like a clear
So
resolution.
the resolution is we are declining and this will not be approved. And we need to communicate that any material that's down there now needs to be removed.
Yeah, and
And we will look at other areas that are similar,
Well,
but
I wouldn't put that in the motion.
Okay,
Just
but
deal
yeah,
with this.
yeah.
Just do this one.
for this one,
Decline
no,
the request.
we're declining the request.
Yeah,
Full
decline.
stop.
there is also a stack of firewood from trees that have been recently cut there. And I think to remind of the policies around that and if that stack
That was
of
pointed
firewood
out
is
by
gone.
Alberta Environment.
Pardon?
That was pointed out
Yeah.
by Alberta Environment.
Yeah.
That contravenes. So we need to,
So do we need to do like,
so Alberta Environment said that should be removed.
Yeah.
So
So,
can we deal with that stack of wood and because we've got all those other things, we've got the stack of wood, we've got the mowing, we've got all those other things that are all gonna be part of that shoreline management
That's what I'm
plan.
thinking.
So I think you just deal with all of that in that shoreline management plan. Let's just
And then
deal
do an
with.
education
this one.
campaign on that.
Yeah, and let's
Yeah.
just do the request,
Yeah.
get the request over and done with. We do not want construction on the municipal reserve.
No.
And.
do you want us to do an education thing too, after we've done this letter for anyone, like,
I think let's just, we're dealing with this letter, we'll do the letter of denial and the reasons why. That you're
Okay.
not wanting structures built on municipal reserve.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you're gonna have something come back, but we
Yeah,
will
that's fine.
deal with
Yeah,
this
that's
separately,
okay.
that's okay.
and then we'll deal with whatever those
Okay.
issues come.
Okay.
Okay, so, a motion, I will put that forward to deny or decline, this. And, all in
council
favor?
does not want structures on the MR?
Yeah.
Well,
favor.
just to reiterate the bylaws,
Yeah.
that you're
This
denying the
is,
request.
yeah, this is not part of the bylaw. Okay, ASDA. So, this was, very good in the past. I would suggest that all three and the CEO should go to this again. I think it was very informative. It's pretty full.
And it's a new series drive.
And what?
And it's a Nisku, an easy
Sure.
drive.
Yeah, Shorter drive, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is in the scheme.
Yeah,
But I'll have a brain this year.
We don't have to fight traffic, we can all go in that way.
Yeah. So, this is just for our information? Or,
I would do a motion on,
okay, I think we should all, we should register.
Yeah, so the 4 of you, right?
Okay.
And then there was the donation. part.
Yes,
Yeah,
so let's deal with the 4 of us.
Yeah.
I think that it is in the budget as
Yeah.
part of
Yeah.
our training and education. I think that we should do it. And I can make a motion to that.
Okay.
and then how many banquet tickets, let's add
No.
that.
Do you want your spouses?
We're all included, anybody bringing spouses, we would have to let them know we need extra tickets.
I
It is
think if you're
additional
bringing
cost.
your spouses, should you not pay for your spouse?
Sure.
Is
Sure.
that something, I mean, I don't think we should decline.
Yeah.
But if you're
So if
bringing,
you
is
decide to bring your spouse, we're gonna put it on you to go buy your ticket for your
Correct.
spouse. Okay.
that
Okay.
acceptable? Are you
I
okay
will
with
do the
that?
hotel rooms and the tickets for you 4.
I think that's appropriate.
That's fine.
And the hotel rooms would be the 14th and 15th, because it finishes halfway through the 16th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's
Yeah, we always make sure you can go up in the evening before.
before.
Yes.
Okay, so the evening before, so it's a full day and then it's a half day
On the 16th.
and you go home. So you
Yes.
only need the 2 nights. Okay,
So the hotel is from, we'll book it for the 4th, driving in the 14th,
Evening out the
exiting out of the
16th.
we'll
Yeah.
just,
Yeah,
that's the bank. Yes, so it does technically start first thing on the 15th.
yes.
Okay, and then the banquet, yeah. Okay. Next one is the donation request. So typically each summer village, or not all of them, but a lot of them donate something to the silent auction, which is basically a bit of a fundraiser. And it's usually in the neighborhood, I want to say, of like that 200 to 250. Might be a little, hibachi barbecue. It might be a chair. It might be golf passes, that sort of thing. Do we want to contribute? I know we did not last year,
Nor
No,
near.
because we.
nor the year before. We didn't do it 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So we do have a budget for this type of thing.
Yeah.
Do we want to look at something in that, what to donate?
And who wants to go look for it?
Who wants to go shopping? We don't, a lot of summer villages will have something with some of their bling on it and golf
We
towels.
don't have that.
We don't have that, and I don't think we need it. But, it should be something,
Is
There-
there
Say
something,
Pheasant Back. Tickets to Pheasant Back.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
They're $90 a round.
which would
Yeah.
work.
Of course, though,
$180.
somebody in Summer Village halfway across the province isn't probably gonna bid on a silent auction for a non-local
Yeah.
place, but I don't know.
They might.
so
They
that
do
is a
have
good one,
that.
golfing.
Yeah,
So
the
within
golfing
the
is a good
area.
one.
Another one, if you know somebody who is a good painter, a painting in Buffalo Lake might not be a bad, then you're showcasing
Yeah,
The lake, yeah.
the lake. That's just a thought.
Yeah.
What else would be
Wow.
something? We don't have logo material stuff.
no, I don't think we need logoed material. A lot of it is not logoed
Or you
material.
can do the
Some,
train.
That's more stuff.
No, again, that's,
I think
Yeah.
the golf course is close.
Yeah.
Maybe we could talk to Roshan and maybe a camping pass.
Or we just
Or
buy a
a
camper
park.
pass. Like
Yeah, we buy a
everything.
camping pass through Roshan and it's a weekend pass.
Or camping blankets or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay, so what are we doing? We're in agreement.
What
that
is
we-
the please motion that we buy something up to a value of $200 and I will volunteer to get it.
There you go, done. All in favor, quick?
That was easy.
Thank you. Okay, organic bin. So this was the one that's been done? Oh, and they're offering, no, this is from Step.
This is this bid.
Yeah.
This is what we agreed to, and this was our trial, and we got our first bin. So we got bin number 1,
Sorry.
and this was our weekend. Moving forward, there is an opportunity, we could request 2 bins, they do have 2, the cost would be higher. But it looks like it was a success.
It was well used, and I
Yes.
think I am very proud of our community for how well they kept
The area.
the area clean, neat. They kept everything in the bin.
Yeah,
There, I mean, there's the bags there, but to be honest, wouldn't really want those bags thrown in there anyway for right now.
no, and one, I think we
They'll
ended
clean
up
it up.
going in there anyway, but I don't know for
Yeah.
sure. But it does allow for that as long
Yeah.
as it's properly put into the and it was. They
Yeah.
were in the paper bags.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
fantastic.
And there was leaves that were just dumped in there too,
Which
so,
is fine.
but that's
Yeah.
absolutely fine.
So I guess the moving forward is, this was a success. Moving
So we have-
forward, do we want 2 bins in the fall, and do we want to be put on rotation where it's a monthly thing?
Do you know what I would
I
like to
think-
see?
I'm just gonna, I
Okay.
hear what you guys are saying, I'm thinking, we should see how the September one is, then reassess.
I think it's good, yeah, I think it's good to get feedback from people on,
What's your thought?
are there people that feel like they didn't get a chance to do it and would want to jump on, would the volume be more, or
Yeah,
is this sufficient going forward? It started off as being something that would be an occasional or a one-off thing, one of the two, so.
Well,
Yeah, the September one, when it comes, everything is still in full leaf and everything else, and so sometimes people don't like. I mean, this is the ideal time,
cleanup, spring cleanup.
spring cleanup, if we did anything other than what we've already, I would say do another one here in May, if we could. Just before everything gets really leafed out, well, it's pretty much leafed out already. but-
So for
Yeah.
next year,
I
Or
think we
right
have
away,
to go.
Or even right away, but I don't know if.
I
we
don't
could.
think, because there's a schedule of a
Yeah.
bunch of
yeah,
communities,
we've
so.
missed- I think we've missed that opportunity.
Yeah.
I don't think we need 2 bins for the fall. I think that the fall will be less, I'm thinking.
If it was October, I would say like Thanksgiving weekend, you might need 2 bins, cause that's when the leaf cleanup would happen.
Okay,
So I think that's why this is good, cause we're assessing, like, we know now, this was a hit.
Yeah.
So now we know when.
I think 2 weekends in May would be awesome.
Yeah,
next
and then we can budget.
Good.
Because it will have a cost,
Sure.
like, we want everybody to understand that these costs are what we're budgeting for,
Yeah.
because we're increasing that service.
yeah, I think that, and I don't know, I don't want a survey, but it wouldn't hurt to put something on our website just saying, so we think it's a success, what do you think?
Okay.
Should, any comments, and you're gonna get negative and positive, but I think it would be worth getting some feedback.
Yeah.
Cause we might get some people, yeah, I brought my stuff over and it was overfilling, so I didn't bother. We might get that, we might say, hey, why can't people just burn it in their fireplace, in their fire pits? I don't know, I guess I'd like to get that.
Cause there's a
feedback.
fire restriction on it.
Yeah. I guess.
You do it.
Yeah, they still
We have
can
to
do
break
it.
it in little tiny pieces so it'll fit under the cover. I would like more information, but I don't want, it doesn't have a survey, just a question you can put on the website saying, what do you think? If we have any pictures of it full,
Yeah,
That
say,
would
hey,
be-
talk to your counselors, how did you like the bin collection?
Yeah, there we go.
there you go.
Yeah.
If it doesn't come back to you guys, it's not an onus on you, it's just.
Cause I think it was, from what I drove in, it was a success.
Absolutely.
And so there's
I was a little surprised to see
opportunity.
how full it
Let's
was.
see how September goes and then.
So
we
how
can
many times
budget.
did they empty it?
That's it.
That's it,
They did
there's
not.
nobody on staff.
Yeah,
There's nobody.
see, I thought, my understanding is they said that they would empty it as many times as it would cost you $300 every time. But I thought that they would empty it throughout the weekend.
Somebody would have had to make that call,
Yeah,
and we didn't.
And they would have had to have staff available and.
And initially, we talked about that a little. Do we want to have us staff to monitor it? And I think it did quite well without monitoring. So I'd like to continue that. If there was a huge amount of contamination or, you know, we overfilled it so it was spilling all over the place, then maybe that's something we needed to, but I think they did a very good job.
okay. Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought that they would monitor it.
No,
If
they
it
do
got
not.
full, then they would take
No.
it away.
It's-
I think because they have them at the other communities, they might be doing it during the week. Because they're more regular, I don't know, and maybe that's where they can have extra, but on a
See,
weekend.
these other communities are their own. They're all County of Stettler sites.
Yes,
So it's their own dollar that they're doing.
Right.
So it doesn't.
but no, I thought it was great. Okay, do we need anything to follow up on this?
No, I think that,
That's
Take it as
take it as
information.
information,
Okay,
cause.
as information,
I'll make
motion
that
to
motion.
accept. Okay, all in favor? Yep. Are we done?
Yeah.
I think we are. Everything got addressed? Anything new and exciting come up or we're done? Okay, motion to adjourn at